All right, and we are live. Welcome. It is Lucius and Friends, Lucius Cast, live cast, and I got my man Rotten Glory here. Welcome to the show, Rotten. How you doing, bud?
Doing great, man.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, as well as I can be. I
yeah.
even my the midday repartee today. It was
Oh, it
like
got hijacked, man. It got
I
hijacked
tried to
by
I
light.
tried to have I tried to come up with some like topic that was just like light and fun, but it's like with everything going on, I just couldn't. I wanted to talk about the shit that's just going down.
Yeah, yeah, and we had a little before the show talk, and you were talking about spells, man. Power of like the whole world and its energy and what's going on. Like it can take over. Like you thought you had a topic you were going to talk about, and then life throws you a curveball. You know?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, man. There's a tremendous amount of power in language, and I do
Hmm.
think that's been hijacked to a large degree.
Right?
Um,
You
even
want?
when you talk about a word like Nazi, and it's like how
Hmm.
hijacked that has been,
Hmm. Well, and the
which is
fact
very
like
relevant to
you,
CG. You know,
there hasn't been like a real world Nazi like since World War II. They were annihilated at the end of World War II. Like you have people that like take a piece of it and they add their little flavor to it, the neo Nazis and stuff like that. But then how broadly it's just been used, like buckshot, like at
yeah,
anyone who remotely might have like one, like it's literally down to like one sliver of maybe like, oh well, you could say, well, you're vegetarian, so you're like Hitler, like kind of like
exactly.
that week, it could be that week, but it's not one that they have used, but they could use. And it's funny you say that because one of the things that always bothered me about the movie Inception was that it was like this painstakingly difficult thing to like try to implant this idea into this guy's head. I'm like, you probably could have just asked him. You probably could have just been like, "Hey, you ever think about selling the company?" Like it's like that's like mentalist hypnotist stuff is like inserting an idea that you thought was your own that
Right,
wasn't initially there. Like it's just they code what they're saying like in a way that it gets past you and you
right.
start thinking in a certain way. And it is just like that movie, just like it was entertaining, but I was always just like completely
Like maybe
undone by it's like, did you ever think about just suggesting that maybe he does that? You don't have to like break into his mind and do all this shit. Like, hey man, do you ever think about just selling your stuff, man? Like this isn't what you want to do.
well, and
Like,
that's kind of fascinating because well, I think, if you're one of these people that does that, if you're, an Inception crew who that's how you've come to see the world, right?
mhm,
This is how you plant an idea. This is how you might do achieve that goal.
mhm,
Then that's if that's your view, if that's your worldview, then it's the only solution. It's how you go about it, right? But
mhm.
if you step back from it, maybe there is a much. It could be just as simple as,
Yeah,
hey,
definitely.
So, and I think that's applicable to a lot of things. Like
Oh, dude, I feel like.
people get caught in that. This is the
Mhm,
approach of how you do things, and it's
mhm.
like, well, maybe it really doesn't have to be that complicated.
Right, and I've stayed out of all the spats that I've been seeing, and I don't know if that hurts me or helps me. I don't know how kind this past week has been to you. Um, I've kind of leveled off. Like I've for weeks been struggling at like the follower count that I have, and I'll gain
Yeah,
some, I'll lose some, and it was funny because the Skeletor picture that was the thumbnail for this thing and the other one, I
yeah,
gained like probably 6, 7 followers from that, like
right.
just because it was so widespread. And then I put out this thing where it's like Twitter hugs are served here, and just kind of joking, but at the same time, like I try to always either add content or at least try to find the silver lining in something. And like I saw some video where this dude was at one of these protests, one of these like police clash areas, and like had a shirt that said like "free hug served," and like one of these guys in riot gear just like came in, like, goes up, gives him like a hug. Another one, like, does something similar or something like that. And I was like, okay, some light in all this darkness. And I just thought, okay, I'll do something kind of similar on Twitter. That's kind of dumb, but meant to be fun, meant to be lighthearted. And then I lost 2 followers
Yeah,
following that.
yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I don't. It's crazy, dude. I'll lose random subs to YouTube or
Hmm.
followers on Twitter. All it's like initially when I was like, oh man, what is it something? Did I do something or
Right. Yeah. You try
no?
to
And now
like.
now it's just like okay, now I understand. It's like the ocean, man. It's just like there's these waves, and
Hmm.
it goes in and it comes out, and you lose some, you gain some, and it's like the big thing I think is just be consistent, do what you do, bring to the table what you are going to bring, like get better,
Hmm.
try to improve what you're doing, and like there's going to be that moment where you have big surges, and then like you just can't pay attention to the little like the minutia of like drop off here and there. It you can't if you let that shit get to if you take it personal, it's gonna destroy you, man. You know, you just can't look at it that way at all. It's tough
Right. Right.
though
Right.
because when you're small, when you're on this tiny scale where every sub actually matters, like you actually
Yeah.
care about
Yeah.
it. You know, you
Yeah.
want
Hmm.
because you want to get to a place where you can actually have an impact or I have creators come on. I want to actually be able to move the needle for these
Hmm.
guys.
Oh well, you have been, right? I mean, I
Well,
saw you
I
move thousands of dollars the other day,
well,
man.
I take credit for it, but
Yeah. I mean, you were live. You were live with
that's
the
the
guys at the
hope.
time. Yeah.
The hope is that you can move the needle for other creators. You want to be able to contribute that, and I've just it. You try. I've gotten to the point where you just have to separate from it and just focus on what do you want to like who do you want to be on this thing, like who are
Oh, for
you,
sure. Yeah. You have to find
present
your voice.
that,
Hmm.
and that's actually it's a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, it
It's
is. And
I think I'm really struggling with like just opening up and being myself, and because there's this natural inclination I think to be a character or to
yeah.
I don't know, and it doesn't work if you. There has to
Well,
be a lot of it. Like, look,
mhm.
I know EVS is presenting a character to a certain extent, but
Right, but you can't keep
it
that
has to be
facade.
born out of who he
Right.
actually is, or it
Right.
doesn't work.
Right. It's like he tilts the dials, every now and then, but ultimately there's this grounded person underneath.
Hmm.
It's not entirely built on this facade that you have to
Yeah,
keep up every time you go on. Yeah.
yeah, because eventually that will break, or
Right.
something will cause it to break
Exactly.
down, and then
Exactly.
people will be like, "Oh my god, I just saw behind the
And
curtain, and it's
yeah,
over."
and for him, man, I mean, I don't know how he does it. There's certain times where I just know like I couldn't handle that. I couldn't do like all of that and hold up as well or be as entertaining or do whatever. Like this guy streams
Yeah,
hours on end, and at the same time, he's producing a book. He's and having
yeah,
to manage like this whole empire that he's building up for himself right now,
yeah,
and run that and make sure that the customer service end happens, the fulfillment ends happens, and he has his wife's help and his family's help, but still that is a full-time endeavor, and
yeah.
it is certainly you know inspiring to see him pull it off so well.
It is, and what I don't think is thank you, Samir. I appreciate that. Um, he said he appreciates the serious stream. I guess I guess it could be called the serious stream. Um, I don't know. And I guess that's kind of isn't that kind of a? It's interesting that just having a normal conversation discussion stream would be categorized as being a serious stream, and it's like
Well,
everyone the thrust is so skewed toward being comedy, toward being
well,
like,
it's
you know what I
entertainment,
mean, towards
right?
antics. It's like just having a
Right.
normal conversation now is like serious,
Well, it's
and
like
it's
in those
like
shows,
this
you
is
can,
that I don't know, maybe.
yeah, like you can thread in a normal conversation into those things, but that's not the entire thrust of what it's about.
Yeah,
But you can have a show like, or a show like I'm attempting here, or your midday repartee, where when, like, we're talking and we might get into antics. That might
yeah,
be part of it, but it's mainly, like trying to actually delve into something and examine something and to
yeah,
have something to talk about.
yeah.
Um, so I'm wondering, I don't know if you got it re-uploaded. The Atomic Deuce from Friday Night got struck
I
down.
don't, dude. I'm still.
Yeah.
It's actually the last time I had to do that. I can't remember which episode it was. It was so. It was traumatic, like trying to get that thing
Oh, I
re-uploaded.
remember.
It took so many hours of work,
Hmm.
and I'm just like, oh my god. I know it was a great show, and
Hmm.
what really pisses me off is that there were, for my channel, it was a huge amount. It was like 200 views
Yeah. Yeah.
live, which
Hmm.
is, that's really good for my
That's
channel.
significant.
And
Yeah.
YouTube just took that and flushed it down the toilet. Said nope, you don't get to have that for whatever reason. They don't even tell me
Right.
why.
Right. You don't even know why. So I
No idea
wonder,
why.
have you meditated on it? Have you thought
I
about
don't-
it? And is there anything you would change about how you're doing the show, how you're
No,
running the show,
not
anything?
one goddamn
No?
thing. Well, except maybe not leaving it. Um, I would choose not to actually leave the stream
But that
and
was
have
just
every. That
that was
was an
just
accident.
like, yeah, yeah, but like I would look on that from the outside and be like, oh, these stupid boomer guys or whatever. But then you get into these things and you're just like, it's not like anything you've ever handled before. Like you're
Yeah.
kind of learning it as you go, and there's plenty of ways where you'd think it would terminate itself, or if your app crashes, you assume that's it, it's over. Like if your
Oh,
stream
absolutely,
crashes,
man.
right, you
I
assume
well,
that it's over.
it's not like I stopped there. It all crashed, but then
Hmm.
I went back to StreamYard, and
Right, right.
the stream wasn't there, and I'm like, well, obviously it's over.
Hmm.
So I'm calling it quits. I'm going to bed. It happens. But
All right, we got
oh
our third
my
man, our
god,
third wheel.
What's up,
Ink
guys?
spots.
ink
Welcome.
spots.
How's it going?
It's going all
Good.
right for me, man. How about you, man? How's your day been?
What are you guys doing here?
I
Huh?
don't know. We're doing
Good.
our best
I spent
to.
freaking. Let's see. I spent 1, 2,
You
3,
called out,
4
man.
hours coloring one panel in Cash Grab.
Wow, nice.
Jesus, man.
You're kind of letting too many details slip, though. Like everyone was under the assumption we were still at 5 pages, and you're letting them know there's more pages.
Oh yeah. Well,
People might actually start to think this thing will be
Yeah,
fulfilled.
might be a book.
That's against marketing, man.
Yeah. I'm going cross-platforming it here, man.
Wait, this shit is actually getting worked on? What?
Yeah,
No.
I'm spending way too much time on panels, man.
Obviously,
like way
dude.
too much.
Dude, but
Listen.
this is a testament to who you are. You're gonna make it the best it can be.
That is true, man.
That's just
Well,
what we
you
do.
got to get those nipples just right. You cannot skimp on the nipples.
Well, we all know how you feel about nipples, man.
You got to shape those titties.
That's
You
right.
got to shape those titties.
Mm-hmm. And when it comes time for Anna to look at that, she's going to be like, you know what? That's the appropriate color of pink
Yeah,
for the
there's
nipples.
Yeah, that nipple. There's something off about that nipple. You need to have your colorist
Yeah.
recolor that titty.
Not this time. Not
This time. No more titties.
So
Are
you've been open, Lucius, about what you're dealing with. I wanted to check in and see how you guys are doing. With,
about
the
COVID?
whole yeah.
Oh, for me, I mean, listen, so my girlfriend, she was tested because she's a nurse. So she was in the thick of it. and it's not like a huge surprise to me. I think maybe to her too. It was kind of her worst nightmare for a while was catching this and spreading it to somebody else.
Yeah.
And it just so happened that somebody at her work, another nurse tested positive. Their standard of conduct is if you had any exposure past, like if you weren't in any sort of protective element, in the break room, whatever, was there anybody else there? And, if you're mentioned by name, their protocol is you have to get tested. And that time period, they have you, essentially they allot this time that you, as a nurse, would get tested. You're not in there because you're a potential risk. Then, depending on the result of that, you either go back to work if it's negative. If you're positive, it's a 10-day trial, which is more than or less than what most places would do. But I think it's now the CDC thing is 10 days past exposure or whatever.
Listen, nobody cares about this disease anymore. We only care about rioting in the streets.
And, it did shift.
That's all
we
care about.
Yeah. And it's kind of like I had seen, because I was pretty much in the mix of public life the entire time. I still was at my job. And like this whole idea that people were keeping this 6-foot distance from each other, that wasn't happening like at all. Like, and a lot of people like would go out shopping as pairs or families. And, it's just like, it's an unnatural distance. Like if you actually measure out what 6 feet is, it feels like you're trying to get away from somebody. Like you're creeping me out. I need to get away from you kind of distance. That's what kind of distance it is. Yeah. And it just wasn't happening. You pass somebody at the end of an aisle or something like that. I mean, you were breaking all the time. And, in a lot of ways, I thought, people are fooling themselves too much. So for me, I was never worried about getting it. It's more about I don't want to spread it to somebody who might suffer under it worse. But no one, her mother tested positive, which also means that her father probably had it. No one had anything like all that bad. Like you might have had like her dad like had night sweats. But it was always something where you're like, that could be something else. Like maybe you're thinking it's your allergies. Maybe you're thinking it's something you ate. Like it was never so definitive that you like knew it was directly because you were positive with COVID. And I'm willing to bet a bunch of people out there had it, didn't know they had it the whole time, and went about their life as normal. And it's just been sensationalized, and it's been politicized. This is like how they're trying to cripple somebody's political career left and right, and it becomes this stupid one-upmanship across like governors, mayors, and everything else about what we're going to do to close down and make sure we flatten the curve, stomp the curve, do whatever, man.
And yet the measures they've taken against this thing have had actual real impact on people. It's ruined businesses.
Yeah, and
ruined lives.
I think it all fed into kind of this entire protest riot thing. You have a bunch of people sitting at home, nothing to do. This thing, any news story had way more wheels to it than it would have in a standard news cycle. And this was just what was the next thing to take hold. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that everything's had to happen that's happened. And I think it's like the fallout of it is worse than what the thing was. And it's hard to say like, well, I mean, it's easy to say what's completely out of line, but, how atrocious do these things have to be? Because I mean, there's plenty of these stories of like police being way out of line, and somebody's life gets lost in it, and it's slap on the wrist stuff. So I can understand why people are pissed off that like nothing would come of it. And this is kind of like the first time it feels like like they're really being pressing on it. But we'll wait to see what the final thing is on that.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are way too smart for me. I don't know what you're even talking about.
Dude, I laughed out loud. When you were in midday repartee, you guys are wrapping up, and you said, yeah, that Lucius guy, he's smarter than he seems he is.
Oh, was that live? I thought that was behind the scenes.
No, Ink said that on the thing.
Right.
I
yeah, well, we all thought you were dumb as a sack of rocks. So.
Listen, it's easy to see how someone might think that, but no, just kidding. Just kidding.
No, I
Say
never
that to
thought
my
that.
man.
I always
My man
thought you were
Lucius.
smart. You're just reserved, man. I feel like you're like a really intelligent predator, just waiting in the wings, like seeing what develops.
Oh, I wish you hadn't said predator. I can't quote that, man. Somebody else can quote that. I can't quote that. You're a really smart predator. You're just waiting there in the wings.
Just seeing what develops. Let's see. Yeah.
Waiting
I take my
for
shots. Yeah, I do take
waiting
my
for a
shots.
bitch to make a mistake so you can pounce.
I'm
Better
not
look
this,
behind you, ladies. Better look behind you.
I'm not this
Yeah,
opportunist.
man. And I don't know. Again, I don't know what kind of freakish fucking deformities you have that causes you not to ever go on camera, but I would highly recommend you wanna jump in this creator game. You've got art that people respond to.
Mm-hmm.
I think you need to rip that band-aid off and start making appearances on other channels. You have a voice, you have something to contribute.
You know,
You
you,
got to start just getting
mhm.
out there, man. And
You know
you're
the
gonna
thing
have to
that
do it sooner rather than later. Don't wait, man.
listen. I know you want me to show my face. I don't know why you want it so bad. I know you want it, but
It's just it's what you have to do.
the thing that I'm finding hard is giving up time to show up at other places. Like I feel like just between the F Monday stream, your stream, and maybe I might like I try to watch your show live. I try to like comment on it if I can't like appear on it.
Yeah, I appreciate
If I
that.
have that ability, yeah. But it's like, man, I don't know how some of these people, unless it's like they don't have a job or something. I don't know how they can
I don't
appear in
know
so
how
many
I do it.
places. And yeah,
I mean,
and still finish
yeah,
like the work you need to do. Even I'm just saying for their like Comicscape projects, man. Like,
yeah.
I'm just doing like self promotion, fan art sort of stuff, and like I'm having trouble now since I've joined the like whole YouTube game keeping up that pace and finishing stuff, and like I'm finding like I'm gonna have to pick a favorite out of the things I'm working
That's
on.
what
I'm
you.
gonna have to
That's the
pick the
thing. You
favorite.
you have to find like here's where I feel like it's the most value. Like where I bring the most value, and I'll get the most out of it. You know.
Yeah, probably.
So
So
you just got to choose it.
Ink, you
What's
kind
up,
of
man?
missed our opening thing. How has the last week, not picking out names, not adding to the mix of the bullshit that's been stirring? How has this last week been to you personally, with all the fallout from events?
For me, I just feel like I want to avoid all of it as much as possible. I
Same.
feel like both. I don't know if there's just two. There's like a million fucking sides. I don't know which. There's too
Uh-huh.
many sides to keep track of.
Well, and
But
you get truth mixed in with an interpretation or something
yeah,
like
we were
that, and it's
talking
like,
about that
oh,
earlier.
yeah,
It's like I seen one show where they were saying this is what this meant, this, and I'm like, and then I'm reading it, and I'm going, I don't think it means that. It's something different. I think you're misreading it, and maybe that's why you guys are all at each other's throats because you're not. I don't know.
right,
It feels like there should be a lot more grace, and forgiveness, especially if
exactly,
you're supposed to
yes,
be on the same side.
yes, yes.
But there doesn't seem to be
And
much of that.
there was this. I forget the guy's name. I think he's at Harvard or one of these Ivy League places, and I remember watching one of his talks, and essentially, like when it comes to AI and human interaction, that they've done, like they simulated interaction on AI, the interaction that yields like an equal outcome is tit for tat. You do this to me, I'm going to do back to you, which kind of builds into the golden rule. But the best model, as far as like a progression of a working relationship, if you want to call it that, is tit for tat plus forgiveness. Like if you give somebody the ability to walk back from maybe a transgression against you, it allows you to go somewhere rather than constantly doing eye for an eye or blow for blow. Like if you just like give them a chance to like, okay, you got that one, but
Yeah.
just so you know, I'm forgiving you on that. But moving forward, you know, if you break this trust again, sort of thing, you go back to it. But that's the
Yeah.
way like that supposedly, as far as like an easy, simple model is
Yeah.
like supposedly tested the best.
Yeah, sounds
I
good to me, man.
I feel that there has to be a big picture. People have to take a big picture approach, a history. When you're talking about any individual, right? They have a track record. They they have actions, a history of actions and things they've done. And if you're going to take a single moment or a single action, okay, it has to me it doesn't have value unless you measure it against all the actions that you know about that
Mm-hmm.
they've done,
Mm-hmm.
okay? And in that context, usually that one action is really small and inconsequential, and
Mm-hmm.
that's how it should be measured.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be the bigger action. Now, when somebody makes repetitive problematic actions and it's like consecutive, and
Mm-hmm.
you start measuring their consecutive actions, and you start looking at their total picture, and you're like, oh my god, this is like measuring up to be like you're like actually being a problem. That's when there's a problem. But if it's a single action measured against this huge range of positive, like, dude, just let it go. We have to we
Right.
have to be realistic about it. This is how SJWs
Mm-hmm.
try to fight wars is they single out a single moment and then they weaponize it. And it's
Mm-hmm.
like, well, okay, what's the big picture of this person's interaction with a community or with whatever it is? And it's like, this is how we need to measure people. Okay. And it's not fair to take out single moments or actions. Anybody can make a mistake in the moment. Fuck you.
And I'd
Mm-hmm.
like to, and for me, I think one thing happened this week that I thought I'd never seen Comicsgate, and I think it's really one of the things in Comicsgate that we should never, ever, ever, no matter what, no matter how mad we are at one another, no matter what the fuck's going on, should never be done. And that's attack people's projects, attack
Mm-hmm.
people's money and in their books. And I don't care what either side of this says, both sides have done that. I've heard
Yeah.
people say, "Get your fucking script done. Cash grab's never coming out." Blah blah blah. Well, it
Yeah.
is. I'm sitting here working on pages right now, guys. And then
Right.
Yeah.
I've heard, and then Cecil keeps retweeting about this is war campaign. This is, CG Jumpstart. Neither thing is cool, guys. Man, this is
Mm-hmm.
people's
Yeah.
money,
Yeah.
livelihood. I'm working for Cecil, guy. Just like people are working on the comic for the war campaign, guys. I'm also working for Cecil. I
Mm-hmm.
don't share all Cecil's opinions. I need the money. I'm working for
Mm-hmm.
him, and
And
you're attacking the project that is
mm-hmm.
employing me, and
Right,
so
right,
that's
and
not
that's the other
cool.
thing is the fallout is like greater than just your direct target.
Yeah,
Is
Yep.
that there's a bunch of people behind that project who put a lot of time, a lot of effort to make
Yep.
it happen, and to just try to unravel it because you have hurt feelings or mad feelings about the subject, like that hurts so many more people beyond that. And honestly, I feel like it's kind of been for me, like I don't think I was hurt that badly, but I noticed my numbers dip like immediately in the aftermath of that. And I was like, I don't know where to
Sure.
even take a stance on this or whatever.
No, how?
I don't want to
Yeah,
get
dude.
involved, especially in Twitter drama. Like I think that's
because
the
Right.
worst
even if
kind of
you
drama.
don't take a side, you are going to be assumed to be on a certain
Right.
side,
Exactly. Yeah.
and I've heard people say, "Well, we're trying to help small creators." You're not helping us. You're not
No.
helping us. Every time I am forced. I have to make a decision. All right, it's like, all right, you need to choose what side. Every time I'm forced to make a decision, I lose a potential job, a potential friend,
Mm-hmm.
or the project that I'm working on loses money.
Yep.
So
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to have to make those decisions,
Right.
guys, and you're forcing me into making those decisions.
Yeah.
That's why I stopped my
Well,
show. I don't
no,
want to be the
either
guy
we're-
that has to.
Yes, it's all CG. It's
I'll take
CG.
them. I'll take
We're
it.
CG. We're fucking Comicsgate. Don't if
Mhm.
you're drawing
Yeah.
lines in the sand within Comicsgate, I would ask you to fucking step back and take a look at what you're doing
Yes.
because
Mhm.
you are hurting small creators anytime you draw a line in that sand. It's
Yep.
fucking harmful.
Mhm.
Don't fucking do it. God damn it, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say let's build forward, and I think you can't help but speak your own truth. Don't let like your hateful feelings or anger filled feelings like drive anything that you're going to say. Think on it before you actually say it. Ask yourself, is this really worth it in the end? That's what I always have done ever since I got into one little stupid Twitter thing about fucking Baby Yoda. I was like, you know what? This is like there's a very ego driven part to me being in an argument where I don't want to give up or be told that you just walked out on it, you gave in or whatever. So I recognize that if I do invest myself into it, like I'm not going to yield like at any said point in time. And if you're like a hot spot on that, like you're getting 12 reactions to your one, it's endless. And you're just going to like keep drawing in more and more and spitting more fire. And in my opinion, it's not worth it. And certainly on Twitter, where there's always a certain level of interpretation on anything you do, no matter what. Like everything you do is interpreted. At least here, we're talking to each other. Like you can hear inflection in the voice, the tone, everything like that. Know if I'm being like sarcastic, more than likely. If you saw my face, if we were in person to person, like you'd read body language, which is mostly completely lost in this too. Like there's a ton of like communication you lose by just reading what somebody put out in 140 characters or whatever it is now or less, like a text. And I don't think it's any place to try to work something out or prove a point, have a debate. I think it's one of the shittiest things. I can't even follow the history of most of these things, like because of the way Twitter formats it. Like it's one of the things that drives me nuts about
what
it.
What the fuck is with that? I keep thinking I'm a fucking moron, and
No.
I'm like, how can I find what this is a response to? Do they not give you an easy way to do that? Am I fucking dumb?
No. It's
what
like,
the hell is that?
But it's like there's several underneath of that, and you don't know necessarily what they're reading before they post it. Everything like that, and the way they present it to you.
Why do they do it that way?
It's really dumb, dude. I could go on a whole rant, and I think about doing this like as one of my own things. Recorded formats is like just me ranting about something. Yeah, and Twitter would be
me off, man.
Yeah, Twitter would be one of the top of the pile, man. Like, why can't I find? Unless you guys know about this, can you like restructure your tweet feed to be like the oldest to newest, or like could I find between me and you or me and Ink like all the ats we did to each other or conversations we had with each other?
Because I've had this problem where I've had to go back like a year, and there's a you look it up on Google, but there is a search you can do, and then it's a whole search engine on Twitter. It's not easily found. You have to do like a few different buttons, but it'll pop up.
But that should be like
but it's like
everywhere else.
Yes, when there's I'll see these tweets that have these really provocative like responses to something that I'm tagged in, and I'm like, okay, I'd really like to. What is this attached to? How do I find it?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Sometimes I just don't want to get the notifications anymore. I'm like, where the fuck did you all hook me into this that I don't have to see this come up?
It's like I thought I just kept quiet because I thought it was a complete and total fucking moron.
No, there is a search feature, but it's a pain in the ass.
Well, we'll find out about that.
I don't know. I don't know how Twitter works.
Yeah. But kind of to redirect this thing, because I had this in
and
mind.
by the way, I just realized I could actually like share this stream out on Twitter, which I did. Sorry, I didn't do that before. I was like, wait, maybe I should share this out.
Dick, man.
Like
had you already?
Channel now. And
Well, I'm
Had you
dying
already
here. We got
had you
4
already
people
shared this
watching, I
out?
think.
I
Oh, I
just
tweeted
realized
it out
like, oh, I
before.
should share it.
Yeah, I tweeted it in advance of starting it because I had it as a scheduled thing. So,
Not that
um,
it matters, dude.
not
Like,
really, not
you
really.
might get like one person might respond to my.
Yeah. Um, but
I have such influence. It's raw
right?
power in the palm of my
Yeah.
hand.
Um, for both of you guys, I had this in mind before I even was going to do the stream. Sort of a job interview question, but I think very relevant because both of you guys are doing a project together. You both seem committed, regardless of what's going on.
We both
Uh,
should be committed. Yeah.
yeah. A year from now, and I'm using this mainly because I just thought about, holy shit, May just ended. We're in June. If things hold, the For the Fans Fest will be in less than a year. So in 1 year, where do you see your guys' project or any projects that you're working on? Where do you see Comicsgate, the lay of the field, how you want to be in it? And, do you still have the same outlook going to I personally would love to go to this Fourth Fans Fest. I think about meeting you guys there, potentially having a drink and hanging out like in real and
Yeah.
you know
You want to know my honest answer to that?
go on,
All
man.
I can think about when it comes to Comicsgate Fan Fest is like, holy fuck, I need to get in shape and like go out and buy an actual wardrobe so I can present myself.
There is
like
that, yeah.
Because like if this thing were to happen right now, I probably wouldn't go just out of shame. Just because I'm fucking out of shape. I don't give a.
Oh well,
I honestly I don't give a fuck. I haven't cared about like fashion and how I dress for years.
But
I
you
just
have to
don't care.
consider,
But now I'd be like, oh my god, okay. So it would actually, I think it would be a good thing for me because it would actually push me to be like, okay, I've got this many months. It's time to fucking start working out.
I got a little bit of
and
that.
it's time to start like I need to make myself presentable for actual human beings.
And there's this Lewis Black joke I remember him saying where he said his fitness club was IHOP, because no matter what time of day you go in there, what day you go in there, there's always somebody like 100 pounds over you and like in way worse shape. And it's like,
You're like,
how did you might
good.
think you are? Like you go to For the Fans, you'll find, I bet there'll be somebody who out edges you, on that. But yeah,
dude, just go stand next to Donald DeLay. That's all you have to
oh,
man.
shots fired.
Woo!
I was busting his balls on Ethan's stream, or not in his stream, but on his Twitter feed today, because Ethan had that big fat fucking squirrel that yard, and I go, dude, that's the Donald DeLay of squirrels, man. He is, dude.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I think it could be one of the most fun. It really could be a phenomenal gathering. I think it would be intense. I think there'd be a lot of. I think it would be also be a tremendous amount of awkward, because
everyone, the Twitter fights have to meet each other.
Well, yes, I think there's that component, but also like realizing that the personalities that people present on online on YouTube may not actually match necessarily who they are in person. It could be a little different. So I think there's going to be this whole lot of like excitement, happiness, joy, and then like this weird awkward like, oh my god, what, you're not. And it's just like Inkspots has said many times, like, don't meet your heroes. And I'm not saying that when it comes to Comicsgate, it's like heroes, but there's that element to it. Like, maybe we shouldn't meet the people that we really love on these channels and shit. It could be weird. It could be awkward. It might not be what we expect.
I expect somebody like Ethan to carry it out flawlessly, because he's done conventions 1,000 times, and he was one of those guys. Like, I mean, he essentially was what he is on live stream at these shows. So I feel like that's not an issue. And like, there's like that video where it was like Rich Johnston in his face, like as he's drawing something, like interviewing him and asking these questions. Like, I mean, I'm sure he's used to it. It's going to be the people who've never done it before, like me, or someone else, where like it might fall apart.
It could be really weird.
Yeah, but in the end, like I think it'll be positive. I think like at least for the time the convention happens, you can play it up. Hopefully, like you can hold it up for at least that long. Like if you feel like it's not really your scene, you're not really meant to mix. And at the same time, it seems like the way they formatted it, like it's kind of like we have certain people who will for certain have booths or a time on stage or whatever, and then you'll have first come first serve. Who fills up these slots, and there's a part of me that would rather roam around, like be part of the audience, and like if I see you on the floor, if I talk to you, whatever, but I'd like to find people sitting at the booth or whatever, like I don't suspect that I'll be a big name necessarily, and I would rather be able to mingle, mix, rather than be like stationary. And like I think the worst thing could be is like have a table set up and like everyone walks past you, and you're not one of these like, hey, come over here, talk a minute.
I don't think that's going to happen to anyone at this.
I hope
convention.
not. Yeah, I hope not.
I really don't. I think every single booth, every single table is going to be enthusiastically engaged by a lot of people. It's going to be a wonder. I think it's going to be a really cool thing. And
I hope so.
Well, and that's saying like even with all the shit that's gone down recently, I don't think I really don't think you can put a damper on this, because there are so many dedicated, authentic creators involved in this now. Like a little bit of shenanigans, a little bit of bullshit, I really don't think is capable of stopping this momentum.
Yeah, really for me, I think in a year, I don't think that I'll probably end up going to that thing. I wouldn't suspect it would be. A year's not that much time. The best I'm hoping for is that our book has been completed and that our campaign got funded and that
has been completed and jizzed on.
Yeah. And then I mean, just so we can, I just want to be in that more of a career status with Comicsgate so that I'm finally ready to launch a book that we're going to make some money on, because your first project is more than likely, I mean, you can't expect to make all your money on that first project.
Speak for yourself, you motherfucker.
This guy. Anyway, it's for me.
I like that hunger or that energy, man. I like that.
For me, I want to prove myself that I can knock a book out and that I can be more than just the colorist.
Well, I think you definitely have that in you
on a book, least, and I want it to be good. And then as far as me personally, I just want a lot of situations in my life to be through with, that I don't have to deal with anymore.
I bet.
And then
like the IRS breathing down your goddamn neck.
Dude, I can't imagine that. Like I think on how shitty like my life can be sometimes, and I'm like, fucking Ink, man. This guy, like him, your boy Zach, he impresses me too, because he's in the middle of a lawsuit doing all this shit. And I can't imagine how fucking draining something like that is, like on your personal energy, your time and all that. Even though you have like a lawyer set up and everything, like it's still like you have to take the calls. Yep. You have to be constantly in the mix. And like it's like you're looking at something that may not go your way, like happening at the end of it, and worrying about that. Like I couldn't imagine. And I've seen like what it's like for some people I know to be involved in like frivolous, like accident lawsuits. Like I don't know if you ever seen it. Like like it's like you didn't barely touch a bumper, but they're claiming their neck hurts now, and like having to be dragged through that, which is nowhere near like the level we're talking about on like these other stuff. But I mean, it's still like, not everyone has like this whole fucking well of money they can just draw upon at any given time. I mean, that's the thing that like would drive me insane. Like I don't know. Like I remember one of my favorite streams you guys were on. It was on Inkspot's channel, and it was one of your draw streams. And like you guys, like you talked about gambling, Ink.
Oh yeah, I remember.
You touched upon, like every one of you seemed to touch upon like depression, and like how like it hits you hard. like hard. Like, you know, like suicide wasn't a foreign thought. You know, it was
No,
something you
no.
considered. And like I love that stream because it was just so gut level real. And like it really like it stripped away any persona and it projected you into it. And it was like, you know, it was heavy and it was like, you know, I don't know how long of your life that was, but it was something you had to work yourself through and you had to think on long enough like you could talk about it, you know? And like I think on that, you know, anytime like I get dejected or low, you know, I'm like, dude, you're not in this certain situation. And you know, you could endlessly play that game of who has it worse than you sort of thing.
Yeah.
And you know, like certainly I hope the best for you for sure. Like I would love to see you on the upper side of everything and out of, you know, this job you don't really care for that you're doing, and hopefully
Yeah,
not trouble
that's
too,
putting it
man.
mildly.
Yeah, man. Like, dude, when you told about that, I was like, oh my god, dude. Like, you know, I thought like I've had my share of troubles or you know personal setbacks, man. But like that's one I haven't experienced, and I can't imagine what it feels like. I can't like so like I'm glad you're with us. I'm glad so far so good, but I hope for a lot better in your future, man.
Yeah, I just it's like it's a strange thing because like I don't know if you guys are watching, if you know, but I used to own a business, and at one point I was pretty close to being a millionaire, like very very close, like a couple $100,000 away from being a millionaire. And now I can't even afford to really like I'm doing cash grab pages. I couldn't afford to pay my my flatter $10 to flat for me because I just don't got any money right now. So it's like I went from being almost a millionaire to living paycheck to paycheck. But a lot of this too, that a lot of it, you know, it's my fault. I should have done things a lot differently, and now I've got to deal with those consequences. But those consequences are not easy things. So, yeah.
Now, when you were a millionaire, just so like you kind of put in perspective, I imagine like it's not like you just blow that money and live it up like a fat cat. Like you were putting that back in your business, or
Yeah,
like
I mean, when I say I was a millionaire, you know, millionaires don't have $1 million in the bank. You know,
right. It's
I
not
had,
liquid. Yeah.
I think I probably never had more than $10,000 in the bank, but I had a building, I had you know, a bunch of vehicles, a business that equaled to like if I sold everything that I own, it had like $1 million, which is pretty much what happened to me. The IRS came in, took everything I owned and sold it and left me with nothing. So that's, you know, that's what happens. So, but
Dude,
yeah, I wasn't living high on the hog or anything. I mean,
right.
I definitely had a major gambling problem where I was pretty much because I was so stressed out. Even though I had this business and everything, I fucking hated every minute. I hated every minute that I was there. I didn't want to do that. That's never what I intended to do with my life. And so it's still
No.
like every day you feel you wake up and you're walking into like the fucking pit of hell, having to deal with things you don't want to deal with.
Dude,
And
it's not easy being a
yeah,
business owner and running a
no.
business, you know. And when you look on how the comics industry has fallen and the direct market's fallen, like I feel like that's a major part that doesn't get stressed enough. Is like people are running these shops who have no business running a business. Like I mean, it is real work, and like it's more than just putting somebody on staff and all that. Like you're having to outreach, you're having to research, you're having to keep everything floating, look at overhead, and like be responsible enough that like if you have a hard month or two, like you could work your way through it and all that. Like I mean, it's a major responsibility, and
But
it's not
also
for
most people that own businesses, you know, they want to do that business. This was kind of a thing where it kind of fell into my lap because I had just worked there for so many years, and I just happened to have, you know, the money to buy in at that particular time. But I never liked the business. It was like always something that I had to do. Always in my entire life, all I ever wanted to do was be an artist. Always. And I grew up super fucking poor. I didn't know, I couldn't afford to go to a fucking $150,000 semester art school or
yeah, that's why I think
$150,000 a year art school. You know,
that fed into it, because I remember you saying like your main drive at the time was just making money. And I'm like, you talk about your upbringing, and I'm like, dude, like I can imagine, like, fuck what I want to do. I just don't want to live this life anymore. Where
exactly.
like, yeah, and you would do anything, you take in anything, and then eventually, you do the toll of that. For, I mean, how long was it at that point that you like bought in? How long were you like doing plumbing?
25 years, something like that.
Man, yeah, like I mean, that's enough time to grow to hate something
Oh my
two
God.
times over, man.
You know why I love this story? Because it's going to make your success story in comics so much fucking better.
Oh, I hope so,
We're going to exploit the hell out of this story. That's why I like it so much.
We're going to use your grief.
We're going to take your pain,
You might as well, man.
agony, suffering, and turn it into a fucking Netflix documentary series.
You know what really makes it like your own personal stamp is like actually bringing in your own personal story. Like there's the hero's journey is like everywhere. You could replicate it 100 times, but like what you can truly bring to it that's different from anyone else's is like your own version of that. Like if I had to say, like, if you were a creator, if you were an artist and you're looking for something to feed into it, is live a life. Even if it's not a fun life, if it's filled with misery, if the highs, the lows, everything is going to add to a story, as opposed to being like a shut-in or not doing anything. Like you got to get out there and you got to kind of experience stuff. And even though it's it could reach something like your story is here, where like it's kind of its own hell in a way or whatever. But like that's the thing that will hook people like over like a generic by the numbers thing, is like what you can add to it. That is like personal story worked into like the context of whatever story you're telling. So like that would probably be my number one advice, is like just get out there and like experience something to add to whatever you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Because like your gambling thing, dude, like there's a whole side, like even though you're like, oh my God, like I was addicted, I was into this, like you could talk about gambling. I couldn't, like I could never hope to. I remember you were on with that dude who had some sort of gambling book or something, and like I remember you saying like the most you lost in a hand was like what, $50,000 or something.
It was like 25,000
in one hand.
One hand,
yeah. And I mean, I couldn't imagine.
And it was like, man. Listen, this was not a dumb thing either. Mm-hmm. I had a straight flush. Do you know how rare it is to have a straight flush?
Right.
I mean, it's like I'll get two. Well, not anymore, but when I was gambling, and I gambled a long time, maybe two straight flushes in an entire year. If you're lucky, you get them.
What does that do to you?
When you
lose on a hand like that, does it make you want to fucking murder people?
No, it makes you want to fucking blow your own brains out. That's what it makes you want to do.
So it made you suicidal.
Man.
It didn't make you outwardly violent. It made you inwardly violent?
Yeah, because it's like, and then you're just thinking, how fucking unlucky am I? I mean, I was like 98.5% to win. There's
the power of the cosmos is against me. Like literally, the universe wants me to fail.
No, it's like God fucking hates you. He hates you. He wants you to die.
No, he was telling you, stop fucking doing what you're doing.
You see, like we're
stop it.
Where we,
here's the thing that really gets me, man. I mean, your business at your peak, you probably could have stepped away.
Yeah, probably.
And had someone else run it for you, and you could have gone and done the art thing.
Well, no, I never could. That was always the plan. I had planned to buy this thing, build it up, sell it, and retire and do my comics.
There was never a competent enough person that you.
There was never a competent enough person. I never found. I couldn't even find competent workers, and I couldn't find loyal workers. I mean, when all this happened, man, there's some fucking backstabbing going on to people that I treated very well, and that were part of the reason why I got in trouble with the IRS, because I was trying to have these people keep their jobs. And I mean, I was a good fucking boss for a lot of years. And now some of these people are actually over me, and they're fucking assholes to me.
We know.
And I
We
was
know where
never an
that gets
asshole
us.
to them.
Yeah, we know where that gets you. Yeah.
The Mr. Nice Guy stuff does not work when you own a business,
No, it
guys.
doesn't
It
work.
doesn't. You
Mm.
know, and
Does
so I got
not
in
fucking
trouble
work.
trying to preserve these people's jobs when I really should have. When the economy was going down, I should have just sold everything, took my
Yep.
money, and
Preserve
ran away.
yourself.
Yeah,
Yep.
but I didn't
Exactly.
do it.
Yeah. Well, lesson learned.
Well, yeah, no, well, you know what? In a funny way, and well, not funny, but in a weird way, it actually was a blessing because I don't think that I ever would have had this. I don't know the what you would call it, but I would have never probably tried to get back into doing my own comic books again if this hadn't happened to me. So
Right.
maybe after all this fucking bullshit in my life, I might still get to live what the dream is, at least my version of the dream. Maybe I can support myself doing artwork, and I don't care about being. And that's the other thing too. I don't really care about money anymore. I really don't. I just want to make enough to live and do what I want to do. And I think that's probably a lot of people when they start to get our age. The importance of money is mostly just the ability to do what you want to do without taking shit from other people.
Agreed, man.
Yeah.
Now,
I totally agree with that.
Now, one of the things I think I don't know if I mentioned it to Rod or not. I feel like I did, but there's always this notion running in the Comicsgate broadcast and everything of like, yeah, do it for the money, do it for the money. I kind of wonder, like, when it comes to, I mean, for most people, when it comes to these projects, it's not about making a ton of money. You hope to, right?
Yeah.
But it's not about that. And it's about exposure kind of upfront. And you kind of want that thing to expose you. But at the same time, I'm kind of wondering because some of like the franchises like I've gotten into where the fandom took over the story in a way are some of the ones where I'm like, oh, they lost a good story opportunity by doing what, the fan base wanted, quote unquote. And they lost like this overarching arc or something that they were going for that they really wanted to do. But it's like, oh, they got so much hate mail or whatever that they steered it back this way. And I kind of wonder for you guys, for me creatively, I don't think like I could just say like for money's sake I would just like change my entire storyline. Like one of the major things for Cyberfrog is, I mean, pretty much Ethan's almost confirmed it. Like you might as well just show the photo evidence that Salamandroid dies in this next arc, right? And for me,
I hate that so much.
Yeah, for me, I think Salamandroid seems like the cooler character. Like design wise, I'm more of an art guy, so design wise, yeah. And like Ethan's focused on Cyberfrog, and of course, that would be a major like gut punch moment, in terms of like actually having something happen of consequence.
Yeah.
But would you trade it all in just because a bunch of people wrote you in and said you should? And that's kind of what we get with the Clone Saga in Spider-Man. Gwen Stacy was killed, a bunch of reader backlash happened, and it's like, oh well, we can't bring her back. But how can we bring her back without bringing her back? And that's where the Clone Saga starts from, and like, and inevitably, like that leads to one of the most contentious like Spider-Man storylines ever. I mean, I ate it up with a spoon when I was a kid, but I can see where somebody was like, this has been 2.5 years. Would you guys fucking decide what you're gonna do? And you don't necessarily know as a kid. Like, there's this whole like design by committee happening. And some people trying to like, I don't really like the fact that Joe Quesada, but I mean, this is everybody that's run like the end of a story or had editorial control. Like deciding like, okay, Wolverine doesn't smoke cigars anymore because my granddad or dad.
Oh, he does. It's just not the cigar you're thinking of.
I want to be free. I want to be free.
But like that sort of thing, where it's like, they have major storyline control, but it's like you're clouded by your own personal story, your own personal life, that you don't see the true character that they've been pushing this whole time. So I kind of wonder for you guys, like, how much does the money mean to you versus telling the story you really want to tell, that you really like hold in your heart to be like the thing you want to do?
I have two things on this. Number one,
Sorry?
a, 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 a good creator can always create the next great character. So killing off tremendous power in storytelling is when the reader doesn't know. They really honestly don't know if you might kill a major character. This is tremendous power. You have to have the balls to do it occasionally. Otherwise, it loses all meaning. If you're never willing to kill a character that people don't expect you will kill, then they're never in danger. There can
Mm-hmm.
never actually be tension.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a great creator has to be capable of doing that, killing that character,
Mm-hmm.
and having the confidence that they can create another one.
Yeah.
Secondly, it should be money is a great motivating factor, and we should be motivated by making money. There's
And this is
nothing
why
wrong with that. I don't.
love
I fucking
Rotten
hate.
Glory.
I
That's why I
fucking
love
hate.
Rotten Glory.
I hate
He's
people who say that that's not a fucking legitimate motivator. Just fuck off with that shit.
That's why we're
Make
good
money.
partners. I'm about
There
the
you-
money, baby.
you
No,
go.
listen, I'm about the money, but but the money, like I said, the money is an avenue for me to do something that I want to do for a living. That I don't wake up in the morning and go, shit, should I go to work or should I stick my cock in a blender? I mean, it's the same. Either one's the same. It's like the same thing. I
Now
just want to
wait.
get up and just be like,
You
all right,
thought of-
I'm gonna
you
go
thought of
sit.
putting your cock in the blender.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Now,
It's
was
the
it
same.
like suicidal urges or like something good might happen if I do this?
But I'd rather just get up, go sit at my drawing table, and make a comic page. I mean, that's living the dream for me, man. That's just living the dream. I want to be Kelsey Shannon.
Dude,
Dude.
don't we all? God damn, I love that
He
beast.
is so
I
my
love that
spirit
man.
animal. Like
Everybody,
anytime
how
he
many
does
people are like, that's my spirit animal, dude? That
Yeah.
guy is fucking righteous. He doesn't want to engage all this, but whenever it gets weird, he just like vanishes.
Well, and like one of the things I love that he did was at the outset of like the split that's happened, right? Was
Yeah.
Rob Casey, John Malin, the yelling match, and like he did this thing where he found monkey noises and John footage, and like he was trying to sync it up, and he was doing a glorious job of it, and just laughing as he was doing it. You know, you just knew like this guy did it for fun, and like he like from some of the Jack Show things, like that John like gets under his skin sometimes, with like his critique or something. Like
Oh,
he's like,
absolutely.
he loses it a bit. But at the
I
heart
think
of
they
it,
have a deep love-hate relationship with each other.
kind of, yeah. But I feel like in the end, like they like each other and all that, and like even though there might be some kind of like differences, like they don't let it like split them apart or whatever.
No, of course not.
Yeah,
That's the thing. Is
and,
like even if they did, even if there was a real thing there. See, the difference is that they're able to play it out and like only let it go so far in public view, and then it's like let go of.
Yeah,
And I respect that. And then whenever Kelsey shows up again, it's all fine, it's all groovy, and then Kelsey vanishes again. And this is what Kelsey's gonna do because it's in his nature. I understand Kelsey. I understand what he does.
What's crazy
Like that he
is-
needs, like he can only withstand so much of this, of being in this limelight, doing this thing, and then he has to go away again. It's like recharging a battery,
What's
and it's
funny
like
is-
it's fine.
Yeah. What's funny is that like I almost swear he's done like 5 different versions of like YouTube videos, and all of them are great. Like at the outset, I'm like, I want to see more of this. I want to see more of this. Like his whole like journal entry by week, I was really into that. And then he's like,
loved it.
I'm too drowned out by work. Then it was like this weird forest story metaphor.
Oh yeah.
everything
Wasn't
going
as
on.
good.
Yeah,
Dude,
that was
there were like 4 short films he did that were actually like brilliant, fucking
Yeah. And now he's
amazing
doing, like,
level
this, like,
shit.
Trailer Park Detective thing
Yeah.
that is like engrossed me as well. I'm like, this guy almost can't do anything wrong. Like he always finds a way to hook me in. on something
Yeah, he's
random.
cool. I like him a lot, man.
Yeah, so I
And I
guess
wish
that's the
I
goal. We all
really
want to be
just
Kelsey Shannon. We
yeah,
all
I
want to
wish
be
he would do
Kelsey.
his own. He needs to launch his own independent fucking campaign for the love of God, Kelsey. Just
Six
fucking do
figures
it.
easy. 6 figures easy.
What are you doing, man?
It's his own
Oh my
Stop
film
god, his
fucking.
series.
work is so great. Painted cover, fucking
Oh my
interiors,
god,
Yes,
dude,
just
his
Kelsey,
beautiful
covers,
stuff.
stop hitching your wagon to other fucking people. Just stop it.
dude,
Do your own goddamn thing.
his covers for Iron Sights are like amazing. Like I'm so
Listen,
glad I
yeah,
got
I'm
those
a
as
digital
posters.
painter and I am like fucking amazed. And I'm
Yeah.
like, this guy does everything and he's
Yeah.
like a fucking better. I am like a painting specialist and he fucking paints better than me. It's like,
Pay
God
attention to your chat, Lucius.
damn,
You
dude.
gotta fucking click that shit out.
All right.
Do what you're told.
Oh, and hail Razmaz. Razmaz is one
That's
of
what I'm
our
saying.
oldest
Yes.
like standby majors here, man. Let's see here.
Yeah, dude, he did this weird thing on his neighbor who might be vanished. I don't know if that was real or if it was actually his play. He was just doing a spoof.
And
Nobody knows.
I gotta feel like your boy Zach made the wrong call on the Expendables
What?
Go to Hell cover for Kelsey. Like I saw the roughs like of the one like
Did it? Oh God! Of course he messed up on that.
yeah, like I kind of
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
like Zach is like in love with what he's done, and it's not bad, but I'm like, oh man, I love the other one so much better. And Iron Sights ones, like I said, I'm so happy I got whatever I got Iron Sights 1 and 2 because I missed the first one, and the posters, and like I love the fact that I got those posters because those are great fucking covers, man.
I'm actually I think Expendables is a really important lesson for CG to learn. We don't need the fucking celebrities, people. We don't fucking need them. They're not powerful. They don't. People don't give a goddamn fuck about it anymore.
It was kind of cool,
your boy Zach can make just as much money, if not more, without the fucking attachment and without paying the goddamn license fee. Get them the fuck out of here. We don't want them.
You know what got me about that whole thing was that like launch day, he didn't even show up. No one from the campaign showed up. Like Ethan just went live pushing it. I honestly thought because I saw it like in my feed at that time, like Expendables Go to Hell, like in your boy Zach's thing. But he'd only promoted it as Secret Project up till like that day. Secret Project. And I was like, oh, he's just doing another review. That's what I thought it was. I thought it was a review of some project called Expendables Go to Hell. And I was like, you know what, I'll wait till later. And then I look at Twitter and it's like everyone's blowing up about it. And I'm like, oh, okay. I go to the stream, never shows up. And he's like, I'm gonna watch Predator and drink a beer. And it's like, dude, this is your launch day. Do you not know this is like one of the most major days? And like there's so many questions because I went to that page and I'm just confused by all the options and everything. And I'm like, wait, where does he figure into this? Like, is this his project? Is this something he's tangentially tied to? Like, I didn't know what was going on.
It was all vague and weird, and I'm like, I don't think it's worth the goddamn effort. You know what? Create our own stuff. Let's make it separately. We don't need the power of these celebrities. They don't have any power anymore. People are over it. It's fucking done. They don't help. It didn't help your boy Zach sell a comic book. It really didn't. Do you think that it did?
You know what I like about him though is that I feel like he's an idea guy. Like one of the things that I like and I don't like about his Jawbreakers titles is that he just like riddles you with story ideas. Like if you read through it, like you're kind of like you have more questions than you have answers.
Yeah,
and
I don't want to talk about his actual books.
Me neither, man.
I really don't.
Take that for what you mean on it, man. But
I don't.
I'm a fan of his channel. I'm a fan of Zach. That's all I'm gonna say.
I really like the Jawbreakers books, and I'm just like I see like this missed opportunity on his part to just slow down. Actually, like just slow down. Like one of the things. Did you guys get God King?
Yep.
No,
Okay.
I only bought the first one.
Okay. Well, there's a scene in God King where Knife Hands. I don't think this is a major spoiler. He cuts through a building. Like a
Yeah.
whole skyscraper building topples
Yeah.
over in half, and I'm like, oh, that looks so fucking awesome. But it's a panel. I'm like, dude, this is double page.
Oh, dude,
spread.
I was like, dude, you gotta let your artist shine. You
Yes.
gotta give your artist more full page spreads.
And that was
you're not letting
major-
you're packing every page with too many panels. But again, I don't want to fucking talk about this. Fuck you, Lucius.
Well,
Fuck you.
I'm talking about it from my
This
because
is,
I was
I
gonna
think,
do a book review and I decided against it because I can't thumb it right.
No, yeah, let's not review Jawbreakers on any level.
Well, I fucking love it. I think it's a great story. I wish he would offer up the old Prince.
Inkspots, were you just moaning?
Rabbit. No, I think it has a fucking beautiful, fantastic artwork. That's all I'm ever saying. I
It's
love
stunning artwork, and
Alfici
it's actually
is a fucking god,
dude.
That's
I
what I'm
actually,
saying.
And
as a fucking whole product, Jawbreaker is a really fucking cool
I
property.
just don't
I love
understand
it.
what's going on. So I'm
there
not smart
are
enough,
there
I
are
guess.
things that
I can't put it
I
together.
wish. I think he's gone too far the direction of like action. It's like I understand that was his point. It's like it's got to be action, but I'm like sometimes you have to let characters.
Well,
you have to let us into their world a little bit, and sometimes that actually means that people have conversations.
I'm not
And
a team
we
guy,
have
though.
to
It's
we
not
have
my
to
thing,
get
so.
into the characters a little bit. It doesn't. Not every single fucking moment can be an action scene. God damn it!
Yeah, we did just review it.
Did that happen?
We just did it. We just
Oh,
reviewed it by
well,
accident.
listen.
We're
I'll
fucked.
say
You know
more.
what? Basically,
More.
I expect to wake up tomorrow and be canceled. So, yeah,
No,
it was nice knowing you. It was nice knowing
I
you.
want to say about
It's
it.
just not my cup of tea, man. I like fantasy comics. I like horror comics. I like certain superhero comics, but the team military aspect of it, I'm just not into any of that. It doesn't click with me, so it's not my genre that I would get into.
Yeah.
Well,
I said, I like horror comics, fantasy
All right.
comics. That's my shit right there.
Now I'll say at least this much: it's not like a entirely straight military thing. Like it has elements of fantastical thrown in there.
Oh, you think?
Right? I mean, I think he gets too involved with like militaristic. Like I constantly see like these.
I already
acronyms.
tweeted this travesty. Hold on, Razmat. Hold on, bring that
He
shit up,
snitched
dude.
on us. He fucking
We
snitched.
already got ratted out.
He's
Look
a
at him. He's
fucking
like,
You tweeted it?
Razmat.
these guys are talking shit about Jawbreakers.
No, we're not.
Oh no!
You gonna quit?
No, do you realize how fucking ruined? Like, it's over, dude. It's all
Yeah.
fucking over.
Except
No,
we
I
only
would
have-
actually
we only have
love.
8
I would
viewers.
love to talk about this with Zach, but you know, I'm never gonna get to talk to Zach. I'm a fucking peon.
All right. Here's what I'm
it's
gonna
not
say.
happen.
What I really love about it, it's like a trade paperback. Like you have solid number of pages to it. There's a number of these projects you pay $25 for, and sometimes I reach it in and I'm like, that's it. Like I felt like even though he does these side stories and stuff, like there was content in there and I could enjoy it.
Dude.
Now,
Yeah.
I felt the same way about Cyberfrog. The first Cyberfrog, I was disappointed, but not because the product was bad. I was disappointed because I wanted more. I wanted to like.
Yeah.
Oh
I
god, dude!
I felt like I
love
read the whole story already.
Cyberfrog was
because
so
I'd seen
damn
much
good.
of it.
When people complained about that cliffhanger, I was like, dude, that is comic books.
I wanted
That was
more.
the most
Like,
beautiful cliffhanger, dude. It
I was
was
like, I want
awesome.
so much
I'm-
more.
I'm
That's
with
why I'm
Ink
looking
Spots
at
in
Wreck
that
Planet. I don't know anything about Wreck
Yeah.
Planet, so it's going to
And-
be way better for me, man.
Yes, and the thing with Wreck Planet is like it's make or break, and like I'm not like a anti-Ethan or anything. Like for me,
Oh,
it's
you
just
don't-
like
oh.
I read Bloody Honey, and I'm just like, okay, this is setting the chessboard. Wreck Planet is where the pieces move,
Yeah.
and
No,
if I don't feel like I'm getting enough out of that, I might not be back for number 3. I don't know.
Obviously.
And I might just get the collection of the whole story after the fact if I really want to know everything. But like, Like it is kind of the make or break for me, and that like I went for that honey box because I'm a fucking weak
Yeah,
person for that special tier.
Me too. No, I have to eat fucking hot dogs for a month.
I did not get that, and now it's like with everything.
Yeah,
every fucking week something was added to, and now I'm like, holy fuck. Why did I not do that? Because I
it's
just
a lot of money.
Everything.
But
now it's like it's got the figures. Now I'm thinking I should just buy one and then like not open it and sell it for like $600.
Fucking, you're not gonna find a bit. You're not going to find a bigger EVS fan than me, man. I fucking have almost every book he's ever done. I fucking love it. So
turn your goddamn phone off, whoever
that's
that is.
my wife calling me. She probably wants to see what I want to eat.
We called him out on his ringtone.
She calls you to see what you want to eat.
But yeah. Going back to Jawbreakers. All right, it's like a true trade paperback. I think his whole idea about doing this, like almost like Quentin Tarantino out of timeline storytelling.
No. You don't get to invoke Quentin Tarantino when talking about Jawbreakers.
Like
fuck you.
All right.
Don't do it.
I retract the Quentin Tarantino.
No.
All right.
I'm not. I will not accept that.
The next installment is the previous story. Like we already know what happens to some of the characters, and you lose. Like you were just talking about not knowing who's gonna die and having that thing like the guillotine hang over the heads of some of your main characters is like an element that you always need.
He's absolutely willing to kill the motherfucking characters.
Yeah, but I mean we know some that make it through. But we know some that make it through just based on the series so far. And one of the things about I was gonna while you were talking, but I didn't want to interrupt, was Game of Thrones. If you get to the later seasons of Game of Thrones, like you just see like certain characters are just above any threat. They're not like under the gun. They've survived these close encounters over and over, and it's just like, okay, I can kind of see where it's kind of steering itself.
What is the late? Okay, the later seasons of Game of Thrones are some of the
from
worst
season 5 to season 8.
The worst fucking writing and shit that's ever been inflicted on humanity.
Yeah, they didn't have the book, and you could see like, okay, Jon Snow survives everything, so Jon Snow makes it till the end.
Where are you going with this?
I'm just saying, like, you lose interest. Like, you don't have the same thing. Like, the early seasons of Game of Thrones was built on not knowing who's going to be there the next episode.
Yeah, right.
Much less, like, the next season.
Right. How are you tying this into Jawbreakers?
Because you already know, all right, Cufflinks and Silkworm, or whatever the fuck his name is. Like, they live through the stories we have now. So, you know, like, if you look at the Grand Bazaar, if they're in there. Is it
a prequel?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, it is before the stories.
I hate prequels.
I absolutely
want to fucking kill all prequels. Need to fucking die forever.
It seems like he kind of had an idea for this, but he's like, I never wanted to tell.
He should have done Grand Bazaar first. Because you know what? When he talks about the Grand Bazaar and what it is, I'm absolutely fucking in love with it. I'm enticed. But you made it a prequel?
He's an ideas
guy. What the fuck are you doing? No,
fuck when that up. Show me the end first. Never show me the I hate shows that do that. They show you the end and you're like, I don't want to fucking know the end. Start from the beginning, asshole.
The Grand Bazaar is one of the absolutely most brilliant ideas, dude. I love it. When he talks about it, it's like, it's so perfect. I love it. What is it? What is the tagline? Nothing has a cost, but everything has a price or some shit. Yeah, it's like, dude, I love the Grand Bazaar idea, but why is it why did you not? What are you doing with these prequels?
He's also saying
that's what Hollywood does. Don't do prequels.
Yeah, he's building it up to be bigger than God King, and I was like, well, the God King guys seemed pretty OP / like the toughest thing they came across, and you're telling me that they faced something tougher before.
You understand that this live stream has to be deleted? We should probably kill it right now.
Dude, it is my live stream.
Conversation, man. It's
To
just a
hell with
conversation.
whatever happens, man. Like I want. Here's the thing. Above all, truth will win out. Whatever it
is
is.
that a
man.
fact?
It
Yeah.
is.
When
In
you
the
look
end.
at the world, is that the actual reality
Yeah.
you see? Are you
Yeah.
fucking a lunatic?
Yes. Listen.
Fucking truth will
reality,
win out.
reality, always reality.
Spots, back me up here. Is
No,
this guy talking out of his ass?
No, reality will always ground you.
Somewhere.
Reality will ground you, but the truth will get you nowhere.
Maybe,
Sometimes,
you know, moment by moment, you might be right.
I
But
live
in the
by
end,
loose lips sink ships. That's what you should live by.
Well,
Not truth
I don't know.
all.
Is it? Look, I think your boy Zach is this. He's this amazing fucking guy. Who I watch his videos. I watch his videos almost on a daily basis. Yep. He engages. I fucking love what he does.
Mm-hmm.
I am not. When I didn't get the first Jawbreakers, but I got God King. And when I read God King, I was like, I mean, you're someone who, this is a guy who has built his thing on ripping comic book writers and creators, right, for their story and what they're presenting. And I'm like, I feel like I could do that to you right now.
I think he has.
As a reader of a comic book that you made, I feel like I could now take you and do that to you. And I'm like, but if I do that, do I even have that's going to make me a pariah. That's going to make me an asshole.
I've listened to what he's talked about, and like one of the major things he wants as like a thread through all the stories is the growing relationship, friendship, brotherhood between Cufflinks and Silk, like as the story goes on. And when you read those issues, like he's pretty good at the dialogue where it's like combat buddy thing, like which I'm sure he's had through all of his time in the Marines and everything. Like you feel like that's really grounded, that's really real, and like that's probably for me his strongest point. Is like the interchange between them and like you know the constant like camaraderie / I'm breaking your balls sort of thing, and but at the end respect, and that's like one of the things he's driving at it. But it's like at the rate you release these books, it's really hard to get that through. But I feel like that's the strongest thing he has in it, and like they're the two characters that, like I said, we just from the story we've seen so far, we know kind of make it through. And I feel like it undermines maybe the impact of the earlier stories where you don't know these characters and they are just like at the budding form of like everything they're doing. And you know, like he has no qualms about killing his characters. Like I've read Iron Sights and Jawbreakers, and I'm telling you, man, like you just see like people you thought were main cast safe.
Yeah.
Like I'd get at least 2 arcs out of them. Nope.
I've heard that Iron Sights is actually fucking badass. And unfortunately I wasn't able to I haven't engaged Iron Sights.
Well, it definitely delves into the action aspect of it. You know, I mean, it's kind of like that. Like, think of Old Country or No Country for Old Men.
Yeah,
like kind of thing, and just like ramp it up.
No, I don't. When I think of No Country for Old Men, I don't think action. That is
but I'm saying he ramps it up.
It's dialogue. It's slow, intimate moments between characters with dialogue.
Like he has these characters. Essentially, one of the characters in it is a guy who's done so much bad. He's looking to prove to himself that he can do some good, right? Like it's philosophical in a way, but like the entire story is action, 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 action. You don't find that out till you're like pretty much.
Okay, I guess what I'll say is this: maybe I'm not a fan of Zach's particular type of storytelling.
Well, and that's fair.
Maybe what I need to say is like, it's not that it isn't fucking great. It's that it's not what I look for in a story.
Yeah,
don't
for
know what
me,
to
it's
tell
just the
you.
subject
It
matter.
didn't grab me. I don't know what to tell you. And I know he's like the Godfather, and there's no, it's like some kind of fucking crime to fucking say it, but I just didn't, I didn't like Jawbreaker's God King. I didn't like it.
For me, I love that kind of a movie, like the action adventure movie, but something about it in comic book form just I don't want to read it. I don't want to read that type of story in comics. I want to read something that's harder to do in a movie, I guess. I think I don't
Well,
know.
and that's the thing where I think I look back on
Resman says kick Rotten.
yeah, yeah. It's like
I know.
listen.
Goddamn. I'm just like I'm opening myself up to be hated.
Yeah,
I did
Razmaz,
that.
I saved like the free kick for Testify if he ever shows up.
But you know,
All right.
fucking Christ! If anyone understands like an honest critique of something, it's gonna be fucking Zach, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, and I think we take it to heart.
duh.
Yeah. And he'd be willing to take that because like he said he kind of looks at most of the reviews, and I thought about reviewing the book. I was trying to film it, and I just had no great way of like filming the comic as I'm flipping through it because one hand's tied up while the other hand's trying to control the book, and like I was just like, oh, this is a mess. I'm just gonna hopefully I'll have a better setup by the time I really want to do this. Not to mention it's like months late as far as like being relevant,
Right.
you know? And so I was like,
yeah, I was
no
just too
big
much of
loss.
a pussy to review it. Honestly,
No big
if I'm
loss.
going to be
So
honest, I'm just like, I'm not.
How
gonna
did we
talk
get
about this.
from talking about life to like destroying my career in comics here? How did we get here?
I don't know. We just
naturally,
you know, it's how we do things. Did you guys see did you see your boy Zach on Heels versus Babyface?
no.
Dude,
What was that?
dude, it's like a 3.5 hour interview and it's badass.
I'll go watch
Do
it.
you guys
Man.
know who Heels is?
I saw him on the Jack Show, but I didn't know him before that. And
Oh,
I didn't.
dude, he's so great, man. This guy is so righteous.
What's he about?
He calls
What's he
it.
about?
He's basically Comicscape personified. He
Is he
calls
about
out all
comics,
the
or-
soy shit. He's about comics. He's about film. He's about video games. But he does all of the. Anytime they do the soy bullshit, he calls them on it. Like he's absolutely Comicsgate. He's in our corner, and he had the best interview with your boy Zach, dude. It was so good.
Dude, I honestly feel like Zach and Ethan are probably the ones at the front willing to hear even like the negative reviews.
What Rot wants a crow pecker in his butt. Hold on, I'm trying to decipher what that means.
I didn't even know crows had peckers, so that's I mean.
I imagine it's
Whoa,
their
why
beak.
wouldn't I mean they have
That
to
was
have
the beak he was
something.
talking about.
I don't know
Well,
about biology.
Well,
don't
they
know.
gotta fucking procreate.
I don't know anything.
If you had to take any
I thought they were asexual.
Really,
I don't know what that means.
if you
Then
had
they
to
get
take
to
any,
be fuck themselves.
if you had to take any animal's pecker in your ass, I feel like crow would be at the front of the line.
Probably be
you know?
I'd be like, what? Oh, did I get a mosquito
whale.
bite?
Blue whale penis up your ass.
You know
I'll
my
take the
favorite.
crow.
My
Thank you.
you
know what
my
Rot's favorite penis is? Go ahead, Rot. Tell us what your favorite
No,
penis
you know what
is.
my favorite thing about the stream is?
What?
It's that nobody's watching it. That's my favorite thing about it.
Oh, it's such an
No, that's really
Wow.
my favorite part because
That
goddamn.
backhanded compliment right there, man.
Well, you want to know why? I'm a cursed individual, so by me saying that, this is gonna go viral.
Maybe.
Somebody's gonna repost it. It's
But I
gonna
remember-
it's gonna get picked up, and then eventually it's all gonna blow up.
Our last
I'm just
talk,
telling you, man.
I talked about how it's so great that we're like on a trivial level. Like we're not really watched that closely, and we can fuck up tremendously and probably
Yeah.
not have it like hurt us
Nobody's
that
gonna attack
bad.
us.
Yeah. You know, like it is kind of its own blessing in a way. Like there's the one midday repartee you were talking, and like you're saying it's going to be a year to build up your platform, and I'm like, yo, use that year, man. Like, you know, make your mistakes and learn from them before people really notice you. Like, I would not want to be fucking Liam right now. You know, I know some people are jealous
Oh,
of the fact.
Liam's in complete control of his shit right now.
No, I want to be.
When I watch him now, I'm
Charlie's
like,
London. I want to
no,
not
I
have
actually
any videos and have like 500 subscribers.
Right,
no,
right.
I actually think Liam is he's actually acclimated and understands
I
what he's
hope so,
doing
man.
now. No,
I
he's doing
genuinely
good.
like the guy, but like I feel like, dude,
He's doing good.
he downed on like a topic like I would not want to be in control of, like where it's like people at each other's throats and you have to host them and look for like
no, he's good.
the healing.
Well, there's some
Liam's
breaking
good.
news, guys.
What's the news?
Cecil just tweeted out, I am refunding the 3K to row. I will not have the stink of these blah 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 on my project. Kelsey will be doing a new Centipede cover, and I guarantee you'll love it. So yeah, he's refunded the money to work him.
Oh,
so, wow!
Now, I think that's an earlier one. I think that's an earlier one. I didn't want to get into it, but he talked about
isn't
like,
that 3,000? How much money was that?
$3,000.
No, here's the thing. He said that, and Rose like, well, that goes against like Indiegogo's thing or something, like quoting something they said, which could be interpreted a multiple number of ways. And then Cecil's like, well, I'll give you the original mail-in cover you actually discussed because I already had that made up, and then we changed it over.
It was true. That's fair.
And like, you know, in the end, I mean, for me, I feel like, listen, regardless of how you feel, like this is what I felt about Sean Gordon Murphy. Like if you made a deal with somebody, you should honor your deal. Like, you know, just as much as that. Like you don't have to like it, you don't have to support it, but you know, I love Cecil. Cecil's my boy.
Like, but what was the original deal? Was to have John Malin on the thing. They kept switching it. They kept doing behind the scenes bullshit.
Yes.
Come on.
But I mean, there's this mock-up you'll see, like line art of like Gina, Malin behind Gina, and then Ro as the doctor in the background with like a teddy bear at his crotch. You know, like I mean, it's kind of like poking fun at everybody in a way, but like essentially, I feel like that's an earlier tweet from Cecil. I don't know if it's a recent one that he just retweeted or just restated, but like it's an evolution thing, and I honestly don't want to delve too far into it. To be honest,
we
like,
don't know. The fact of the matter is, we don't know anything about what's going on behind the scenes. We can't know. We're not.
Yeah, you know,
we're never gonna know. Yeah. I don't care. What pisses me off is lines being drawn in the sand. I am Comicsgate. I want to support Comicsgate. I've invested a lot of my money and time into this.
Mitchell, please do this.
People, what is this? Next time I retweet or tweet a Rot 10 stream, that's going to be the tag. My favorite part is no one is watching. Yes.
Mitchell is like a good burner, man.
That is actually... It's my greatest strength and my greatest weakness.
That's what I'm saying. We're in the sweet spot.
Yes. Yeah.
What the hell?
We're talking about the Twitter feed here. Now Mitchell says, "Oh, I will."
Wait, yeah, there might be something I missed because that's a later tweet, and there's an earlier one. God, man, this is just...
It's all just...
That's what
Can't
I'm
we
saying,
just
guys.
be Comicsgate? Can't we just be in this?
This should be off limits. Do not fuck with people's campaigns. Just don't
ever do it.
Don't do it. Fighting on Twitter is one thing. When you're actually going against campaigns, this shit just sucks. I hate it. Like I said, I'm putting in a lot of work. I'm sure all those creators on CG Jumpstart put in a ton of work on that book. It just sucks for all of us, guys. Fuck, it's just hurting us.
Nobody's This isn't helping any goddamn person. Not small, not big. Nobody.
I almost want to say to, if you're an artist out there, this is what I'm starting to believe this. Don't fucking work for anybody. Don't do it because you never know when they're gonna fuck up.
No,
and then
clarify that.
You're getting towed along with them. If you're gonna work on a project and you want to be with somebody, team up with them or do your own thing.
No, Lucius, listen to what he's saying. He didn't. He didn't. No, he didn't specify.
I said
What he's
team
saying
up
is,
with somebody. Get a
don't
portion of
don't
that
get
IP.
don't just do a pay rate. Be a partner. Get a
partner,
piece of the project.
Oh, okay.
project.
Okay.
Get a
At the
piece.
Don't
same
just get a
time-
pay rate.
Now, at the same time, you'd be
That's
anchored
different.
to your partner if you do that.
That's
Yes, but
exactly
you're both
right.
on the same
That's
page.
the value.
You
Or
both
the
are
detriment.
doing the same thing. You're trying to make money with
Or the
your
detriment.
project.
You-
If you succeed,
When
you're
you-
gaining more. The
Yeah,
better
right,
you
right,
do,
right, right.
the better you do. Yeah.
But imagine you don't have somebody who needs this project as much as you want to have this project. That's the thing.
What are you talking about?
Lucius,
So
don't talk
let's
about
say-
don't talk about your love life. This
No,
is
let's-
something else.
No, okay, let's just say you have somebody who is well-to-do. Say a Preston Poulter, before he makes himself public enemy number one. Like he doesn't have anything against them, but like, okay, he's telling me about this project I'm in. Let's do it. And then before you know it, he's like the most hated person out there.
Then you
And
just
you're
stop.
happy-
Just sever ties.
Okay, well, I guess so. But I mean, you could always do that on any project, I guess. You know.
Yeah,
Well, I
but
mean,
what
like,
the point
contract
is
contract.
that
It
you
is,
should
though.
be tied. Your success and failure should be tied
to the
together.
other person. Yes.
Mm.
I mean, you're both working. If you're both sane people, you got a project together. You're both striving to make that the most successful thing you possibly can, because the better it does, the better you do. So you have a stake in that
Partners.
project
True.
doing well.
Yeah.
You have a stake to keep your mouth shut, not be fighting with people.
Well, and you know,
Yeah.
I don't have any guarantees on the Dick Rider thing, but I'm following through on it, and like I'm honestly trying to put out the best I can do right now, the best stuff I can show you, and I feel like you know, I was somebody who thought
All right,
Russ.
I got to help my wife get groceries out of the car. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I let somebody. I was somebody who would just like let
You-
the Russ collect, and for the past 9 months, man, I've been putting out fan art as much as I can, like every other day.
I've really enjoyed the Frega Boom art. Like
Yeah.
when you were mixing it up, dude, it was actually really
And you know,
fun.
and Frega to me is like the new guy on the block, and I'm digging. There's this quality because he has like these aviator glasses and
Yep.
this bald head plus this goatee
Yep.
that looks and make menacing, and he's wearing this pink bunny outfit at the same time. I'm just like, there's such this like this difference, this
Yeah.
juxtaposition,
and I think
everything.
maybe a deeper
and he's new energy and like he's so,
appreciation.
and he's so chill and he's
Yep.
so cool about stuff, and like you know, like I did a thing where it's like Unabomber mock-up of Frega, where he's the Frega bomber, and you know, he comes in, he drops his lyrics on Atomic Deuce, he has these
He
like
did.
raps and stuff, and I'm just like, dude, you
Yeah.
know, dropping bombs, you know, dropping
Dropping
like
bombs.
lyrics, yeah, like and like
Oh man, yeah, okay.
yeah, there's
Yeah,
all these
right.
all these metaphors to tie into it, and you know, I pumped up his
Yeah.
book as like his manifesto, you know, like the Unabomber's manifesto. There's Frega's manifesto of Black.
Did you
Black
get any
Flag.
feedback on it?
I mean, it got positive. It wasn't the Skeletor levels, but I mean, like it was positive, you know, and like he doesn't know who I am. And you know, he's new to the scene. He's learning everybody as he goes. But like
You know
like,
what? You know
theory-
what? You know what he does? He has a lot of streams where it's
he
open.
does, and he opens it up. And you know
Have
what?
you ever thought about going on there?
I have. The only thing is like every time it happens, either I'm like, oh, it's already been an hour, it's already started, and I have no idea where this train is at. And at the same time, if I showed up,
In
on
other
that,
words, you pussied out.
there's a bit of that, yeah. Because listen, like if I show up, I don't want to be that guy where it's like Lucius dropped the ball. Like everyone was having, like it was jamming, it was happening.
It's not possible.
You get in
dude.
there
and he
and-
doesn't. He doesn't do that. See, here's the thing about him: is he doesn't play that game with you.
I don't think he would. It's
He
more
doesn't
or less,
expect. This is why I like him so much. He's not playing playground popularity contests. He literally wants you to just come on and be cool, have fun. He's not trying to fucking prove that you're not worthy. Other
No, I
people
wouldn't-
do this shit. They play these games. He doesn't do that shit. Just come on, have a good time, man. Drop in.
I wouldn't do that, Razmaz.
All right,
I wouldn't
suckers.
take the credit.
I'm back. I got Arby's.
But
Oh my God, we can hear it. It's already in your mouth, isn't it? You fucking bastard! It's already in your goddamn mouth.
On the Frega live stream, I would feel
Arby's. Do people still fucking go to Arby's?
I do.
I fucking love Arby's, man. I'm an Arby's
oh my
whore.
God, Arby's
have you had
is
their onion ring?
Arby's is of the devil.
Arby's is good.
Fucking of the devil.
Dude,
what?
Curly fries,
cheese
curly
and
fries,
meat.
Curly fries and their onion
That ain't
rings
cheese
and the
that
roast
ain't
beef
meat.
sandwiches.
That ain't cheese and that ain't meat.
Whatever it is, that's fucking good.
It's better than a lot of the competition, man. But
fuck fast food, dude. Don't go to fast food. Fuck all that shit.
But yeah,
You're like a
stream,
vegetarian pussy. That's why you say that.
Just don't go to fucking fast food. I mean, everybody, how do people do this shit still? You know it's garbage. Nobody's going to defend it. Even when you're eating it, you're like, I am eating garbage. I know I'm eating garbage.
No, this is
and I'm eating
beautiful.
Garbage. Nobody
fucking beautiful.
You can't defend that
cheese
shit.
running down my face, man.
Dude, he's making me want to hit up an Arby's, but they're all closed at this point. Asshole.
And it's somehow framed as like, oh, it's manly
You
to
could be
get
on
fast
camera
food.
eating
Are you
this
fucking
shit.
kidding me?
Really rubbing it in.
It's fucking
Fucking
manly to
good,
get
man.
fast food. You guys are fucking tools.
Let's see. Razmat says, I've never went to Arby's. Here we go. Oh, that sandwich does look good. Arby's is fitting for ink spots. It is the plumbing equivalent of fast food.
Mitchell dropping the bomb. How dare you talk bad about Whataburger? I don't know. I've never had any experience. I don't know Whataburger because I've never lived anywhere where that exists.
Yeah.
Whataburger's good, man.
But
I don't know about that.
That are supposed to be
I
can't find.
Okay, there are a couple like In-N-Out here is like maybe decent.
In-N-Out sucked. It's the worst.
I don't know. Okay. If you say so. As you stuff Arby's into your mouth.
Dude, I like
you,
Arby's.
Dude.
Stop ragging on it, man.
Fuck you, dude. It's like cheese sauce number 11ZXXY17.
You can get it. You get it just the meat and the bun. You can add your own sauces. You can get their sauces if you want it.
I bet you can add your own sauces.
Burger King isn't the only place you can have it your way, man.
This stream is 2/3 disaster. Whoa, what's the other part?
Wait. We're having a fast
fucking
out right here.
Glorious golden achievement.
Mitchell says Whataburger is less than In-N-Out.
Oh, I don't think so. I think you're.
Razmat,
my man, don't say that.
Oh, ouch! 2/3. Hold on, I'm not very good at math. What does that mean? Does that mean it's mostly bad?
You guys are disasters, and I'm fucking awesome. That's
somebody's a disaster. Razmaz, you have to tell us who's the 33% keeping this thing afloat.
I'm a god. Minor one.
Are you a kind god like Xerxes?
No, I'm like one of those ones that don't give a shit.
I think this was a fucking fantastic stream. I think it was great.
Right? And we didn't need
Lucius. I had a name. I had it when Inkspots starts doing F Monday again, right? And this is a pre-show. I think it needs to be Monday Night Fluffer.
Ooh.
Amen.
Fluffercast.
What do you think about that?
I like
Fluffercast.
That. I like
yeah,
that. Yeah.
What do you think?
I think your guys' humor is well hooked to mine, and that's why I like you guys a lot.
That's probably why. Yeah, you're gonna go down.
I feel a brotherhood here.
I want you to come work with us on comics, man. I've been telling you that forever.
Dude. Ink was right.
Yeah,
Ink
be a
right.
part.
He's the 33% there.
I know. I'm awesome.
Yeah.
You brought no uke to my stream, but that's all right. That's all right.
Keeps the float of the boat. Hold on, that's tricky. See, this is tricky language. This could be spell casting right there.
Keeps the float of the boat.
comes the
That's
curly fries.
spellcasting.
So you might be like the lifeboat to a sailboat, is what he's saying. You know,
Yeah,
like
it's fucking
we
weird.
hook you up
Tricky
to the
language.
outside,
Razmaz, are you a wizard?
You know,
Are you a fucking wizard, Razmaz?
the Grand Wizard.
you just might be talking about your mass and your air capacity there.
No.
Oh, man. Oh god. Now
Curly fries, baby. Curly fries.
Oh shit. I've
Yeah,
had
curly
too
fries,
much whiskey.
and dude, their
Too
onion
much.
rings are bomb too.
Dude,
Arby's onion rings are bomb.
the sad
Okay,
part is
crunchy,
now
crunchy.
I'm all primed up to do F Monday, and there's no F Monday. What do I do now, guys?
Well,
You
just keep doing
you
this.
bring that attitude to this stream. You know,
Just keep
Ah.
going with this stream. Why do we have
Yeah.
to stop this
All right,
stream?
fuck that shit.
we're
All
just
right.
missing
You're
like
right. You're
we're
right.
missing everybody else.
As long as I can fucking take a piss break and go smoke a cigarette, I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck.
We should invite
I'm
the
cool.
metal hero guy over here, man.
Where is that guy? I'll invite him in. Or
Yeah.
Lucius, are you connected to Death Metal?
I
Hero?
don't have his contact stuff. No.
Hmm.
And quite honestly, like I said, I don't want this to become like a big hangout.
Oh,
thing.
you don't like? Oh, he doesn't want that.
Okay.
Well, like I think you could get
No, I
maybe
get
4
that.
people, but like at a certain
Okay,
point, we
who
are
would be
talking
your
to every-
ideal fourth besides that fucking goddamn traitor Mitchell?
Honestly,
Like
Mitchell, I do dig Mitchell because Mitchell is like
Mitchell.
I love Mitchell,
Mitchell
dude.
is-
Are you kidding me?
he's
Mitchell,
like a sniper, man.
Mitchell
he's
is like.
sharpshooter. Yeah,
I feel
He
like
sits in the
Mitchell
background.
is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he sits in the
he's the
background, and then when he
best.
says something, boom, like he's right to the point. He has something
Fucking laser.
to say. Yeah,
Okay, but
Mitchell,
okay,
get in
who
here.
else?
Get a fourth.
I'm
That's
not sure
good.
that happened. You guys can send him the link. If Mitchell, if you want to come in,
Mitchell's
I don't
all
think I have
damn,
him on
bro.
Twitter.
I have
as
dabbled.
a
Oh, Razmaz,
contact.
I have dabbled in the dark arts. I know you have, you fucker.
You
I
said I
know it.
wasn't here. I heard rotten.
Right then.
I dabbled in dark arts. Let's see.
Dude, we should
Oh
call
my
our
God.
company
What,
Rotten.
we have a company?
No, yeah, we should.
Oh,
we should, company name. We should
No, I
call
don't
it
have anything against Shay,
We
Okay,
should call
what
it
should we call it?
but
Rotten,
she was under
Rotten Inc.
pressure.
God damn it, Lucius.
Sorry.
This
We
is
should call our
important. Shut
company
up.
Rotten Inc. Like Rotten.
Ooh.
That'd be awesome. We could
Ooh.
do a cool fucking logo for it.
It's not bad.
Like this comic is
Rot-
produced by Rotten Inc. Yeah.
I kind of like that, dude.
Yeah.
You might have fucking hit on something there. I like
Glory
that.
spots.
Rotten
Glory
Inc.
spots.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. That's.
No,
Dude,
listen. You,
that-
you- like
Yeah,
do one
coming
and then
soon
the
to
other.
Pornhub.
So yeah,
Glory spots.
Rotten
Inc.
Spot.
is the head.
Rotten
No,
Spot.
you know what Glory Spots is? That's a new fucking
Glory
iPhone.
Spot.
No, it's an iPhone app that tells you where all the glory holes are in town.
There you go.
Glory Spots. No, dude, you fucked that up. No.
So Rotten Inc. is like the umbrella corporation, and
Yeah,
then
and then
Glory
Lucius is
Spots
gonna
is
drop
like
books.
your imprint.
You heard
Yeah.
it here first.
Shut
Lucius is going to draw books with us at Rotten Inc. Incorporated.
Dude, of course Lucius is going to be involved.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, man. You're
I
gonna be
was
involved.
asking Lucius to draw comics with me before he was even.
Oh my god, you won't
What?
drop this shit.
Yeah, and you
La,
were
la,
like,
la, 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 la. La, 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 la. Oh my god, there's so much ball gargling going on right now.
no, I mean, balls are for dessert. Balls are dessert, guys. I think I'm.
You were the one. Hold on. Where was it where you were saying like ripping balls off was maybe we should get back to doing that?
cannibalism and ripping balls off. Like the
Was that on my midday repartation?
Mm-hmm.
This is becoming the Monday
That was
show.
that's the civilized show where Inkspot suggested we should start ripping balls off again.
Yes.
I just realized that was my so-called
Mitchell, he's down to come on, buddy.
I'm gonna find Mitchell. I'm gonna send.
But I
Did you
forgot
send
what
him
I
the link
should
in
do.
the Twitters or what?
I don't know, man. We need somebody. Okay,
Mitchell wants
dude, who's gonna bring something fucking stupid to this
Mitchell
or
can
interesting?
do
I don't know. What do you want, Lucius? He doesn't now. Look, he's lost control. He's muted himself.
I was going to be typing. I was going to find Mitchell and send him a link. So
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
yeah. So you guys talk. I'll be right back.
You interrupted us.
No, I was like, wait, does Lucius doesn't even want? He was like, I don't want it to be a thing with a bunch of people. And wait, oh, you mean you don't want it to be a live stream? What?
Listen, one or two.
I don't know what you want, Lucius. There's a reason you have 70 people fucking sub to your channel. Let's do this.
One or two people is an interview. But
people
when we
sub.
get our friends in here, it's a motherfucking
hard.
It's
sub, guys, sub to this channel. It's fucking awesome.
You're getting more drunk as you go. This is slowly becoming an F Monday stream. But
yeah, of course. No, we've moved F Monday to Lucius' channel. Yeah, that's what's happening. Accept it, embrace it. Let's go.
I wanted to hit a note between F Monday and Midday Repartee, and that's the whole
idea. We did that. That already happened.
Yeah. That's the whole idea of our show is that we're pre-gaming for F Monday.
Yes, and now we're doing F Monday on your channel.
Here we go. Mitchell, welcome to the cast, my man.
Mitchell. Are you capable of doing an F Monday?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I think
sure. Why not? I'm not.
I don't know. You're pretty calm. You're pretty tame.
He has some of the best rips on all of us.
He does. He does. They're very controlled. They're like laser.
You have to cornhole
like this one right here.
What animal do you pick?
Next time I retweet or tweet a Rot 10 stream, that's gonna be the tag. My favorite part is no one is watching.
Yeah,
that's a
well, that was actually the original jab was at you, Lucius. But
yeah, I know. But
I'll take that.
Oh man,
I know.
He reformatted it for you. He's like, wow.
I'll take that.
Mr. Too Big.
Mitchell, cut down, dude. You're too much fun, man.
It was a I love you, but I hate you guys moment. Because, like, not like we're like, oh, yeah, Raz is so great. Mitchell's here. You guys are awesome. But no one's fucking watching this.
No one. Oh, God. Okay, now I see. Now I get what. Jesus Christ. Do you really have to point that out to me? That's not what I meant. God damn.
I think that's...
You're saying my words have meaning? Now I have to fucking crawl in a hole and think about it.
With the weirdos on. I don't think so.
Damn.
Guys,
can
we Testify is going to be on this like a pig on shit, all right, man?
Yeah,
like,
of course. He's going to come. Yeah. He'll be here.
And you know,
he'll be here.
I don't have
I want to bring him on, man. I
don't have a major problem with him because it's so easy for me to just like be like, dude, you're just being boring right now. And like
he's worthless.
If he
I want to poke him in the eye with my fucking dick.
It's got a meme of that.
If he doesn't eliminate himself, like I'll eliminate him soon after, just being like, dude, you just couldn't carry your weight. I'm so sorry. And I think it's so funny. It's like because I see him everywhere, man. I see him on like a Liam stream. I see him on a Frega stream. Like he's all over the place. And yet, like when he comes on our shows, like I'm like, dude, all right, keep the energy going. And he just kind of like sucks the energy out as he comes in.
What's up with that?
He only works well when he has like Triple R or somebody there to help play off of him, you know, and then like he comes to life. But if you just bring him in, like we had him on past few times, and I'm just like, Testify, man, this isn't what I expected of you. I expected more, you know. I just give him like the disappointed teacher vibe, you know, like, you know, I'm not mad at you. I'm just disappointed. You couldn't bring it today, Testify. You couldn't do it.
You didn't have any spunk.
And like so far, I mean, I would have thought by now he could have like come up with a comeback, you know. But so far, he hasn't had anything as like a retort, like as like a like, well, fuck you for saying that because this is what I got, you know. And you know, when he comes back with that, I'm fine with that. But somehow, too, he happens to be like in the eye of the hurricane. Every time a storm blows through, there's Testify. Eye of the hurricane. That fucking
just scroll down. Scroll down. Three comments.
Yeah. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. Is there ever a time you're not in the mix of it, the thick of it? But listen, testify if you're listening. I still love you, man. I still love you. All right.
Here's
I
the
still
fun
have.
part is that you keep on calling him boring and bored, but you'd bring him on your show all the time. What does that say about your guys' show? Hey
Well,
man,
I
let's
don't
mix it up
bring
by
him
bringing
on.
this boring guy.
I haven't invited him on. He hasn't been on a Lucius stream yet.
Damn.
I'm just saying. If I
I
put the
mean,
link
but
out
like
there,
if you're gonna say like, oh, this guy's boring, who you guys keep on bringing him on?
because he's one of the only that shows up. You just said it yourself. There's only a dozen people watching.
I didn't say that.
His,
Rotten said that there was no one watching.
his fake self is
And
funny.
you repeated what he said.
I did.
Yeah.
Does that mean that it's? Oh shit! I'm responsible for everything Rotten said now. Oh
Is
man,
he Hans or Franz?
I reviewed Grave or Jawbreakers. Damn it!
Yeah, I don't think that was that dangerous. I mean,
It's
I might live to suffer, but I don't think that was that dangerous.
Nah, I don't think it was
It's
either.
And all I was saying was like, take
funny.
your awesome moments and make them awesomer, man. Like
Bob.
double page spreads. Like I think I literally looked through the entire Jawbreakers book. There was not one double page spread. There was splash
Are we
pages.
doing this again? Come on.
Yes, I'm bringing it up because it's just like we have those moments, man, and like part of comics is pacing, finding the moment, and giving like a big moment, like it's a glory, it's rotten glory, you know.
I don't
And,
know if it's you talking about whatever comic again, or me. I ate too much fucking Arby's. I'm gonna throw up. But I think it's because you're talking about Jawbreakers again.
Well, let me tell you about the cast of Jawbreakers real quick. I'm going to give you a rundown about these characters. All right. There's Devil Dog. All right, and he's like just your regular Marine, but he's like he is like all edge, you know, like he was captured and like forged under fire, and like he has like a death wish, and he's Devil Dog. All right, like he's just like he's out there. All right, so there's Devil Dog, and then there's Knife Hands, and he's like this ninja with special hands, and he can like slice through anything, like solid objects even, and like
I know.
whenever he uses his powers, like this ninja crew that taught him these powers, they show up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting for an objection. I'm trying to be as obnoxiously like pushing my glasses
You
up.
don't even have to try. You don't have to try.
Well then,
They're already no practice required.
Damn it. But I seriously do like what he's doing, and I like also his fulfillment side of it. I like the fact that he's like pretty much got the book in the bag, and like by the time it's in demand, like you're starting to get it. Like, and that was one of the things I honestly thought I was getting my just because of the weird way it worked out. EVS's fulfillment on Cyberfrog, I had my Salamandroid variant I ordered after the original show up first. And then I was waiting for the original to come in, and I thought like I was getting that in the mail, and I actually got Jawbreaker's God King because that's how quick it like fulfilled at the time. And like it only like all the return addresses are just like something fulfillment, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't have like an actual like name on it or anything like that. And I didn't think anything of it. And I just opened up. I'm like, holy shit! This campaign just ended like a week ago, and I just got it. And like I've been like having so many projects up in the air, you know, they've been in demand for months, and I thought for sure, like because I was one of those people who was like, are they still sending out Cyberfrog books? You know, like Ethan talks about like how many copies he has left, what's going on. I'm just like, I still haven't gotten mine, and I really hope I get it.
Let me tell you a story. I ordered 2 Cyberfrogs. Okay, I ordered just the comic for $25, and then later on in the campaign, I ordered the one with the sketchbook and everything. Right. So I get my single one like shortly after he starts fulfilling, and it's like, and so I was just starting the show at the time. So I like, you know what? I got another one coming, so I'm gonna do a giveaway with this Cyberfrog book, and then I'll just get my other one in a couple days. And so I didn't even read it. I just got it, and I'm like, all right, we're gonna do a giveaway, which didn't even work out. I had like 3 people that like signed up for it, and so I basically gave that book away, and I just put a new thing on it and sent it. and then it took like 2 months for the other one to come. I had to wait like 2 months with that, and I should have read the first one, but I didn't do it. I was like,
and the thing he was doing too is he's like, oh, all this one book, this one type of book should be out already. And I'm like, well, I still don't have mine, you know, and like it's just because he had so many different variations, especially of the first one, the Chromium first one.
yeah,
Like that he's doing, you know, the sketches, the ones with stickers, the one with this or that or the other.
yeah.
And like I think that I did like that in the ash can for that, and that was like one of the last ones to get fulfilled, or at least for me, it's the last one I got in terms of things. And the first one that went out was like the team up one, which was like one of the last ones he actually offered, the team up cover.
Oh yeah.
The bump and fist one. And I was just like, man, this is so, like, in a way it's so backwards, but like I know like he's not in complete control. And the thing that was holding up the shipping of it was the ash can for so many people, because he was waiting on that like last in terms of like things coming in.
Yeah, I got pissed off with Bigfoot Bill because I was backer number 2, and I didn't get my book until like the last week he was fulfilling, and I was the second backer on the book.
Mm-hmm.
That like fucking pissed me off. Like,
I'm still waiting on Brand. I haven't even checked back in on that. Like I backed Brand, but I was one of those like late to the project things, and like so like again like I kind of like remain hopeful, but it's like I don't know what's the proper amount of time to wait on that. I should probably look back in on that, but
yeah,
Brand
I
is one I
haven't got yet. I forget which ones I backed too.
There is that, yeah, and there's a number of them that are like still in production, and I feel like that's something that people forget so much right now. Is like this is like a crowdfunding thing. Like there are some people that are, as creators, they're waiting for that money to actually fulfill the production side of it. Like we're not even talking about like just printing it and shipping it. Like
they ain't got to
paying the artist and filling out the rest. Yeah. So and you know it's always a gamble, and I don't take it too personally. Like the Critias one, Critias was a guy when this is going to sound judgmental of me, but whenever he talked, I didn't have faith in what he was like spewing. And then like you do the numbers on his project and you're just like, wait, where does this guy, unless he's independently wealthy and he can fund this himself, I don't see where these numbers add up. And and so like for people to get so mad about it, and the worst thing is like he's now like persona non grata, you know, and rightfully so, but like it's not even like he embezzled it all and took it for himself. Like he actually did pay for part of this project and just like ran out of the money and then eventually used it for himself too. But it was just, it wasn't like he just took it all for himself. You know, like he somehow thought it was all going to work out.
Overpriced.
Like this guy is so dumb, man.
Mismanagement of funds is mismanagement of funds.
Yes,
I'm just happy I didn't back that project.
Yes, but I feel like he was just dumb. I don't hate him. I'm just like, dude, come on, man. Like you couldn't have done the math on this. And I hate the people that push them to pursue it like as a hardcover and all that. Like it was just like, why didn't you guys instead just say you're way out of your game right now? You need to roll this back.
Yeah, but you need that first small campaign. You know, you can't jump into these, you know, huge campaigns like that.
Dude,
and I've seen people do it. Like I've been backing crowdfunding stuff since 2013.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it so many times where you have guys who have this project. And I've actually had guys who have done like smaller campaigns, right? And then they do a bigger one, and it's not even like huge. It's just like, let's do like double the pages we did last time, and it just crumbles and burns because of the extra workload they're trying to do. You got to be careful.
And
now,
like
you would have been happy if he would have fulfilled at least something. Say he did it less than what he said. Say if he did, he's like, I can't fulfill the project the way I promised, but maybe I can do a 32 pager, and it'll be newsprint or whatever. But at least I'm giving everybody something. Would that have, even though it's not the promise that he made, would that have made it better if he would have?
Yes.
Yeah,
100% in my eyes.
In a way, yes. At the same time, there's always going to be those people like, you promised this and you didn't deliver. But
he's going to have that negative stigma. But I take the stigma of, hey man, I fucked up once, but I still got you a product. I understand it's not what it was. I understand what it did wrong. That's like the ground of someone getting better. But if you just are going to say, dude, I fucked up, I need more money to do this, and you're not going to do anything or really show that you even tried, what are they going to do, man? Like, as a backer, I'm going to sit there and go, I'm not giving you more money because I gave you money because you had
Catch me up real quick. Who are we talking about?
Prettiest.
That's all I need to know. Oh, god damn. Really?
Yeah, and just how far off the mark he was.
We're going back to every mistake ever made in comedy.
Jesus Christ.
We're going to rehash.
No, you can't come back. No, that's not a mistake you can come back from. It's over.
No, I said, I was just talking about the fact that, like, some of these projects you look at, like, that was one where, like, whenever he talked, like, I wasn't sold on what he was trying to sell, and, like, then you look at the numbers on the project, and it just didn't add up for what he was trying to give you. And I said this to these guys.
You want to know a comeback story that actually works? Lady Alchemy.
Yeah. What?
I hope so, man.
Lady Alchemy.
I don't know.
She got fucked over.
Yeah.
And she now is making that shit right. I think it's actually going to work. Right.
But here's the
Critias, what is he going to do?
Here's my argument. Be honest. My argument is that Critias' problem was that he didn't truly try to make it right. He came looking for a handout. That is my argument. If he tried to make it right, he'd be in the same situation as Lady Alchemy. Because she messed up. She had a writer, or not a writer, but an artist that fucking took the money and ran. That's part of setting up a project. It's part of management, man. So
different completely situation.
As a consumer, if you can't build a good team, why would I trust you to build the next good team?
Whoa, yeah. Wow.
Right?
No, I hear that. But
so
she did build the next good team, and it's...
The only difference is that she actually took steps to deliver the product and do it right.
Yes.
But otherwise, same situation from my eyes.
Well, let's face it. It's
very similar.
Deliver that project at all. All she has to do is send me 2 naked photos, and I will call this shit even.
No.
Did you vote her for the magazine cover?
No. Yeah. No. Well, what if Critias sent you 2 naked photos?
Same deal, man. I mean,
you see how this doesn't? No, it doesn't work.
No, ink is equal opportunity. All right,
Razmaz, do not insult my smoking habit. I have a nicotine addiction. I'm a victim. I'm playing the victim card on this, and no, you can't speak out against that because
he's taking your scam. I mean, project. No, that's what
I will smoke. I will go goddamn smoke when I fucking feel like.
No, I had asked Mitchell. I said, "What if Critias, like, instead of he couldn't afford the project he promised, if he would have put out like a 32-page newsprint, at least he got the customers something. It would have been a lot better than just." What he did, and he could have afforded that. We know he could have afforded that because we saw the pricing on newsprint. I mean, anyone could afford newsprint. It's 80 cents an issue, guys. So
no, his problem, El goddamn. I thought El Gargoyle was on my side. I always assumed that he was on my side. He's an anarchist. He has no sides.
Yeah,
he just wants chaos. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I like it though. I like it.
No, I dig it.
Whoa, Arby's
coming. But the thing, whenever he comes on Midday Repartee on a semi-regular basis, he's always so fucking kind.
Yeah.
And forgiving. And like when I'm like, oh man, I really suck at being out. He's like,
what I want to see him do though is like, because like he's one of the guys who's like, oh, you can just kick me if you want. Hold your ground, man. Hold your ground. Like fight like a dog. Dude, I fought like a dog against Mets to keep my spot on the Tom Deuce the other night. All right? Because I was like, I'm not about to get kicked off this shit, man.
Mets. Goddamn, I'm so proud of Mets coming on with the camera. That was some badass shit.
That's awesome.
He had that mustache, dude.
I love his mustache.
Yeah, you know the real sleeper skill, like real sleeper thing about Mets is that he's actually really good at like coloring and shit too. Like he gives a lot of good advice if you talk to him about it, and you wouldn't expect that because all his work seems to be like black and white for the most part. Like every time you see him working on something, he's drawing. He's not coloring. You know?
Right.
Oh yeah, he's good. I've seen he can draw women very well too. So yeah, I like
solid.
that.
Yeah, he's
But
got
the poor
solid
guy
skills.
always gets bounced. If someone needs to get bounced to put someone else in, it's always going to be Mets. I don't know why.
He almost does it to himself because he does so good in the chat. Like half his highlight reel is him talking shit from the chat.
That's true,
yeah,
dude.
in the chat,
So like, it's like one of those things where like, yeah, he hates playing tight. This wide receiver hates playing tight end, but he gets on the highlight reel every time he's a tight end. Like, bro, you're doing it to yourself.
Oh my god, that's a really good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I want to see out of you, El Gargo. I want to see you fight for your spot next time, man. Don't just give it up. Don't be the first guy to be like, yeah, you can kick me if you want. No, you look at it and you go like, hey, Spartan Scotsman's just sitting over there in the corner coloring. All right, kick his ass off, man. He's got his Crayola box. He can go color in his pages.
Oh, man, that's pretty. That's a tough. I don't know, man. He always brings a lot to the table.
I like a little bit of a
well, it's a
battle
big
dome
words,
aspect.
Man.
A battle dome aspect to it. You know, like I have no doubts if Spartan has to wake up and be fighting for a spot, he could bring it. You know, like the guy has like a command of language and like a organization of his thought. He can come at you, man. Like you just wake him up, and I'm surprised he's able to work and still like be in the stream, because like if I'm drawing, like you guys will say something to me, I'm like, what did you just say? Whereas like he's always paying attention. Like he's like, I'm focusing on this, but like if you pull him in, he knows exactly what you've been talking about.
Like, how in the fuck do you
Gargoyle,
do
you earned your place. You were one of the first people on my stream, and I had my stream before everybody else's. You earned your place already. Fight for it, man.
Oh, here we go. Razmaz is coming out with a book, guys.
CG Adventure, back it, or you are an SJW.
That's good marketing.
I'd probably have to back it.
We have Sims.
I don't want to be.
I would have to back it. I wouldn't have a choice.
And you know, one of the things I really love about Cecil's Cash Grab is the fact that like it plays on like the whole aspect of the crowdfunding game, where it's just like, listen, I'm promising this project, but you're not really getting anything. You know that, right? Like you're giving me money, but I'm not actually going to send you anything. This is all just a show. Like it's like a meta commentary on it that like I found entertaining, and I think
what if that really happened?
He would have been upfront on a way. Like I can't fault him completely. Like I honestly feel like we will get something in the end. Like I truthfully believe
what if
that,
it really? Right? What if he had the balls to actually?
Right now.
What if he had the balls to actually not deliver?
When it was first talked about, and like Ethan was on a stream with him, I remember this being like one of his almost word for word things. He's like, that would be hilarious to do an entire crowdfunder as like a performance art piece. Like literally that's all it is. Like you're acting as if like there's something you're going to get, but you get nothing. And I thought that would be funny to do. Like I would throw $10, $20 behind that. I think if Cecil straight up said like, and like legitimately meant, you will absolutely receive nothing. You're just paying me to pay me for this. I think he could have hit 5 figures.
I think
people would be on the joke. They would love.
I'd almost feel like I got enough hours of entertainment,
and that too.
I would actually be okay with it. And this is the thing. I think people forget how many hours. How many hours this guy?
Up to a lawsuit, man.
Of course. Well, no, there's no lawsuit. Yeah. Indiegogo does not promise
a wave of complaints. You will not be able
to do anything like that. But
it's crowdfunded.
You don't.
You can at least fuck up a crowdfunder.
True. You could fuck up but he'd have to take that money and run. He'd never be able to.
No, he could never do a crowdfunder again.
Yeah.
That would be it.
Plus, anytime you would try to do anything else, they'd hold you over it. Like they'd hold it over you.
What if the entire thing was just, I mean, like you legitimately upfront said, like, I'm not going to actually hand you anything material. This is just an experience for you. and you feel it when you feel it, and it's just like one of those things where it's just like I feel like that's brilliant. It's so fucking brilliant.
I mean, I kind of like it. I almost would be okay with it, honestly. And I dropped in at the $75 tier.
Dang.
I dropped in big time, man. I think I got the 75, which is like the sketch one, right? And I also got the underpants figure, Blockhead's
no,
figure.
I didn't do. I did nothing else.
Oh, I got the Flash too, man.
I didn't back it at all. I want some fucking free books.
Are you getting some free copy, man? As the
he hasn't said, but I'm saying I'm getting some fucking free books. I want some fucking books, man. I don't want to pay for it.
That's not crowdfunding, sir. This isn't DC or Marvel. You don't get your comps.
Copies. That's what it's called, man.
You don't get your comps, man.
Okay, where are we at, Lucius? How many? When we started this stream, how many subs did you have? I know you know because
I think I was at 77 or something.
All right, you're at 79. People, let's get Lucius over 80 subs.
Yeah, we want to get 80
on this stream.
Hey, listen, you just gotta
share it out. Share it out.
You just gotta listen to the Lucius cast, man. Like they're 10 minutes or less most of the time. And
nobody cares about that shit. They only care about this.
I know, but
he's got a little mini cycle.
But I reveal, I give you guys sneak peek access to what I'm working on sometimes.
Sneak peek access.
Yeah, dude. There's a piece I have yet to release that is in my past two, I think. It's a Dick Writer one that I'm really polishing up hardcore. Nice. To make it look top notch. I think Inks talked about it. I even sent this was after Scotsman said I couldn't ink, and I was like, what does he mean by that? Because I was kind of drunk and I didn't want to fight, because I'll get really into it if I did. And I was like, all right, he's got a point. I know he does. I'm just waiting for him to make his point.
Of course he does. Scotsman pushes all of you to be fucking better. That's what that guy does.
Metz was like, oh, Lucius, if you put line weight into your artwork, it would look like you'd be top notch. And then that's essentially what Scotsman was saying too, is he doesn't ink, he just draws and he colors. I'm like, well, what does he mean?
You guys are lucky as fuck to have a Scotsman,
dude, Scotsman
beating you up. I want Liam to beat me up as a writer. I want him to fucking come in and be just fucking browbeat me for being
Liam
worthless
fucking. He's carrying orange koalas. He's a nice man. Stop trying to get me mad. It could be one of his next
segments, man.
I want someone to beat me up. You guys have this guy who's
is
I want someone to beat me off. Will someone beat me off? Come on,
Liam's gotten
Linda brother a hand.
Dude, did you guys watch the koala stream, dude?
Yeah, I got koala pins, man. I got a couple koala pins on the camera. I got 2 koala pins. I got a magnet and a sticker set, bro. Get on my level. Dude, I can show you how I backed 180 Indiegogo projects so far. I backed fucking as much of shit as I can.
Dude, you're a legend.
180 Indiegogo
projects? Mitchell,
or not, that's contributions. I'm sorry. I backed that one. I backed twice, so it counts twice. But I back as much shit as I can back. That's why when I get frustrated when we talk shit about Indiegogo projects. I'm like, dude, you don't know. I get the comic book industry is a cutthroat place, but don't disrespect all those guys who are working on the shit.
Of course.
That's what I'm saying.
No disrespect to certain employers, but there's certain employers that I would not buy a book from unless that there's somebody underneath them that I'm like, oh, do I like this guy's work? I'd do that, And I think that's a fair statement to say. Where this big guy, I might not like him, but you know what? I wouldn't mind sliding a few, dollars towards a project that's trying to get my friend's foot in the water or something, right?
Yeah.
So now, Mitchell.
Damn, you're a legend, dude.
I've asked Rotten, I've asked Ink. I want to know how you feel about it, where you think you'll be in the stand of things, because I know you're starting to do your own. Did you do that drawing that you colored recently, where you were flatting it and you did some shadow values on it?
No, I've just been doing coloring, and I've just been doing coloring for.
So, are you looking at actually doing coloring gigs?
I'm trying to get to the point where I feel like I can do a good job as a flatter, and that's my first goal. And I'm kind of getting there, and so I've been stealing little comic pages off of the internet And like I'm working on one right now even, and it looks really horrible because I picked someone who didn't draw like good line art. Like when you have it zoomed out, it looks great, but when you zoom in, it's
I'll
like,
send you some of my line art if you want line art. I'll send you some of my line art.
I'll flat the shit out of it.
For sure.
I'm trying to learn how to do shading. Shading is hard.
Yeah, dude, like, you can go to town with it. Like I color all my own stuff, and for me, it's also been a learning process. I'm not a colorist by trade, you know. And like you look at my early shit, it's ugly, and there's a growth process to it. But if you just want line art, I'll send you some line art, man.
Dude, I'll color it. I'll flat it. I'm horrible at shading.
Go for the whole thing. Go for the whole thing. Like learn your way through it, because like you're only going to grow by pushing yourself past. Flats is half the battle, I would say, in coloring. Because it's filling out to the line and like knowing where the line ends. Because like there's tons of times where I work on something, I'm like I'll actually do the automatic select, and I find like it wavers in and out, and I'm like zoom in, and like you have to be so precise if you have a really high pixel count on it. Like you'll spend hours just flatting. But the real fun is when you actually add the shade, add the value, and all that shit to it, and find your light sources and start to nail that in.
Don't say flats are half the battle, dude. Don't.
They are.
You know what?
They are. Man. Fuck you.
They're so
I've done, dude. I spent
starting point. It's a good starter goal.
I spent a year doing flats. You know what flats are? They're 10%.
10%.
They're 10% of a thankless. They're 10%. It doesn't matter about the time. Fuck the time.
I don't know, man.
I'm talking about those. The time.
There is there is no talent in flats.
You're right.
There's
not
fucking
in flats, but time saved.
There is.
Here we go.
How expensive is it to have?
I have done it, guys. All it is doing. All you do when you do flats is you're blocking out the color chunks for the fucking actual artist. Don't fucking play that shit up.
I know.
Flats are not.
It's how you get started in industry.
It's a behind the scenes fucking shit.
I had bad flats. If you don't know how to do them correctly,
how can you do bad flats?
Very easily. Very easily.
Dude,
how do you fuck up flats? Okay, well maybe I just hold myself to a different, but it's like you can't fuck up flats.
Like yes, you
can. We're not all graphic designers or marketing agents. Some of us,
perfect, I will not. If I hire you as a flatter and you fuck my flats up, no.
Well, I didn't know that fucking up flats was an option. If people can fuck up flats, then they should probably be lined up and shot.
Man,
wow. No, I'm not kidding. They have no value. No value as human beings. Just fucking die.
You better just jump in and be Scotsman, or don't even bother coloring comics according to Rotten.
No, don't fucking. Flats are like, baby, you're just fucking chunking out blocks of color. That's all it is.
Rotten, you better be like some R.A. Salvatore or some brilliant artist or brilliant writer right now.
There is no art.
Bad writing. There's no.
You don't have to have any artistic talent to do flats. None.
You need a lot of knowledge, and you need a lot.
You don't need any knowledge to do flats. You guys are lying through your fucking teeth.
I love this.
I know you have.
I've been working at that.
You are lying through your fucking teeth.
I'm going through the process of
Look, no.
All right.
Look. When you're doing flats, it's there's a shirt, block it out. There's pants, block it out. There's a fucking cloud, block it out. You are only blocking out shapes for the colorist to turn it into actual art. You're not doing any art. Don't fucking bullshit people. Flats are just it's fucking basic.
No,
why do you think you only get $10? You get $10 a page.
You're doing
flats.
You're missing the point. You're missing the whole fucking point.
Don't fucking. You are lying.
Let me tell you what the point of doing flats is. The point of doing flats is like an apprenticeship. You understand what it's like to work on the comic book. It's how you introduce yourself into working in a comic book environment. Right?
Like
and just because it's a shitty
all that's true. All that's true. But it's not art. It's not art.
Did I say I was an artist? I said I was a
flatter. No, Mitchell, I'm not insulting you. I think you're making
a weird argument.
I have done flats.
I'm not saying you didn't.
I knew exactly when I was doing flats. I knew exactly what I was doing. I was doing monkey work for a guy who had actual talent.
Dude, welcome to work.
That's what I was doing.
Welcome to being a cashier. I'm doing monkey work for this. I'm welcome to being a plumber. You're doing monkey work for someone.
Like, don't glorify it. Don't glorify
plumber.
it.
Why'd you have to bring in plumber?
Entry level,
Oh my God.
That's what flats are. Entry level.
Am I being?
Yeah,
now I'm
like-
an
like- like
asshole.
Yeah,
Now
well,
I'm an
you're looking
asshole.
at the problem is rotten is that you're looking at this from a position where you've worked up past it. You have to look.
What's
at this
my
once
name?
again from
What's my name? I'm
Rotten.
part rot. I'm part glory.
Yeah, and that's a weird thing to put into your avatar too. I'm just saying, with a name like Rotten Glory, I'm just sitting there. I'm like, I think that glory hole is just a little bit too big.
It could be. No. Oh, Mitchell. How you gonna do me like that? That's Bronson, man.
He's got
That's
the deep
Tom
burns,
Hardy Bronson.
man. He's got the deep burns.
No, I
brought him
respect
on.
that. I
Yeah.
respect that. All I'm saying is flats, dude. It's like there
But
are
here's-
rungs on the ladder of producing a comic. Flats
Right.
is like
We're-
I knew when I was doing flats, I was the pond scum on the surface of a fucking thing. That's
All right,
what
all
it
right,
was.
Wait a second. Ink spots. All right. I assume that as in a trade, like aircraft mechanics, we had something where you have entry level jobs that are so good that you could just put in like a kid in front of it who could fog a mirror and he could probably do it close enough, right? And if not, you can make it work. That's kind of where you have to start off. If you don't have that starting point, you don't get that experience. When you go and jump into that
No.
next level, you're gonna
Flatting
be
is an
lacking.
experience for making comics.
Flatting
Yes, it
is
is.
an
It's
experience.
entry level.
No, it isn't.
Yes,
Yes, it is. It
No,
is.
isn't.
Dude,
You learn how
well,
to use the tools. You learn how to
You-
do.
Yeah.
What tools
It's
are
not
you
just the
using?
Lasso.
You have to learn lasso. You have to
Phil.
learn how
Oh
things
my
work. You have to
God.
learn deadlines. You have to learn how
So
layers
you're
work.
talking
You have to
about
learn
you're
how-
talking about how to
You have
use
to make sure you have
Photoshop.
the tool settings
Right.
correctly.
That's
yeah.
the position
For
where you
an
start to learn
inexperienced
it.
person,
Entry
yeah.
I'm sorry, I never thought of it that way. I mean, I didn't think learning how to use the goddamn
Rod,
lasso
you started-
tool.
Pencilers started in the old
You
days. They would
started
go be an
somewhere, man.
intern, delivering
Right.
coffee and shit.
Fucking-
Dude, not everybody goes to school for this.
I didn't go to school for any
And not
of
only
this.
that, dude, there's the people that are traditional artists that transition to digital and get lost in the entire setup of it. So
What does that have to do with flatting?
because
Flat is
listen, when I
slow.
flat my colors, I don't do select and fill. I use a round brush, and every time I'm learning how to use it, knowing its edges and learning where it's defined, and I'm building up a feedback loop, because digital is so hard, and the fact if I took pencil to paper, I feel it immediately, whereas digital I always feel like there's this intermediate I have to fucking talk through to get to what I want, and the more I do it, the more I feel like I'm actually creating what I want. And
I had no idea there would be this reaction to
Man,
being
no, listen,
flatting.
listen,
Dude,
we have
flatting
to
is
bow down
just.
to the almighty
and
writer.
here's the other thing.
No,
too.
it's-
Bow down to the almighty writer.
No.
His name is on the cover.
I'm just saying,
We're
it's a
still bowing.
baseline. It's a
You can't see me, but I'm
baseline
bowing.
thing.
I'm on my
Dude,
knees,
ask
Rodney.
the
I'm bowing to the
Scotsman.
writer.
He's going to tell you the same thing. You're
Right,
wrong,
right.
Rotten.
Right, it doesn't take necessarily high competency. It's not like you're building the whole world. It is laid out for you, but you do have to make choices too. I imagine, look at some of
So
from
ink spots. Why?
Ethan,
Why?
no,
No,
shut
I
your
want to
mouth.
ask.
No, listen,
I want to
listen.
ask ink spots
Listen
this.
to me. This is what a flatter's going to
Why
do.
do you hire out someone to do the flats for you if it's
Because I don't
such
wanna
a
fucking do that
if
work.
it's such a part
Time.
of the artistic process?
Because time, Rod.
Dude,
It's the same
why?
reason why,
Let me
as
answer
a
you, drunk
journeyman,
fuck.
I actually will have an apprentice go and undo the bolts on the panel of the
Yeah.
airplane because there's 100 goddamn bolts for this panel, and I
And
don't want to
listen-
undo them all. And I get paid more per hour than him, so I can have him show up an hour earlier than me, save my employer money, and I don't have to be out there for 5 fucking
Listen,
hours doing
Rotten.
bolts.
Listen, what?
This is how a flatter is going to get into comics. Someone is flatting for me, right?
Yeah,
I got a shit load of pages.
yeah.
And I go, well, shit, this guy can flat. He knows how to make selections at least. Hey, I got a fucking ton of pages to do. Hey, Mitchell, you already flatted these for me. Hey, can you go in and can you color these backgrounds for me? Boom, he's in comics now. He's a colorist assistant. Okay, he learns how to color those buildings up to my satisfaction. And now he's like, oh, I can do this, and maybe I can.
You're talking about two different things.
No, flatter is how you get into it's entry.
I didn't argue that point. Yes, I'm saying what flatting is.
It has to be done correctly. It has to be.
I have another question because I've never used a flatter. When you hire Flatter Inc. and you've had a flatter on something you do, are they choosing the colors or are you choosing the colors for them?
They're like Rotten says. They're basically making a selection sheet for me that I can select. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm paint all the skin, paint all this, paint all that. Mm-hmm. But it has to be done right. A lot of I've had flatters where they leave lines in between selections.
Of course, people are lazy. They don't pay attention to detail. No, some people are shit. I'm not arguing that point. I'm just saying it doesn't take any talent to be a flatter. It takes attention to detail. Yes. It takes people actually giving a damn about what they're doing. Yes. But there's no artistic talent involved in being a flatter. Right, fuck you. If you're saying there is, you are out of your goddamn mind.
Not the point, Rotten. The point is that it's a good entry level goal.
Yeah, did I ever argue against that? No.
Yes.
I said it wasn't artistic. No, all I said.
Why are people doing this?
All I said was that it wasn't artistic. In and of itself, being a flatter is not artistic. There's no art required.
Well, it's
mechanical. It's mechanical. I'm not saying a flatter can't go on to be the most amazing colorist there ever was. It could be the best entry-level thing ever. It's what got me into comics as well.
But
I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying there's no artistic talent required to be a flatter.
Like it was something back in the day. Not so much now since you have like digital presses and everything, but like back in the day, like you had to cut and mask and like choose the color spots for everything and code them and everything like that. So like there was like an art to actually picking out flat colors, and there's something to know when like you have to make that distinction between a shade or
you're like giving the flatter too much credit, Lucius.
Well, but I mean, that's where you're going to build your. That's where you're going to cut your teeth.
The flatter I use,
teeth on the value differences.
She does try to pick out the value of the flat color and to make everything harmonize. She definitely does, and it does help me a lot. It's less work for me, and just knowing how to do that.
No, when I did flats, the guy actually gave me a color palette that he wanted. It was like, these are the characters. This is the he preferred that I choose the colors that were. So he didn't have to go in and re-choose the colors. It saved him a step. It's all about efficiency.
Had to make the choice where
no, I didn't. He gave me. It's all laid out for you. It's not an artistic fucking endeavor. God damn, you guys! I did this. You act like I'm. I'm insulting myself. By saying this, like, what the fuck?
You're that guy in the beginning shoes, right? And that's what I think it's been so long since you were that guy, you've forgotten what it's like, man.
No, I didn't.
You don't know what it's
like. I know exactly what it's like to be that guy.
He's been out of it for a while. He's moved on to writing. He's on to bigger things.
Jesus Christ, these guys are trying to argue that flatters are artists.
Right.
Give me a fucking break.
Right. Have you ever tried doing your own screen prints?
I haven't done screen printing, no.
All right, so in screen printing, if you hand pull it, you have to essentially every time you go through a color, that's another level you could fuck up your thing. Essentially, no. I'm telling you.
I'm responding to Razmas. Sorry.
Okay, so screen print, serigraphy. The more colors you have in it, the more levels there are to fuck it up. A lot of times, people go CMYK plates and do that as reproduction.
What does this have to do with flatting, Lucius?
Hey, Lucius,
but because you have to decide.
You don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about. Right. Literally, I don't think you understand what flatting is on a comic book, Lucius. You're just selecting a chunk of space.
Right. Okay. But that's
all you're doing. So the colorist can select the space, make it the color.
Like a bad boss.
Do you not understand what flatting
like
is?
you don't understand
Mitchell,
what it means to be a grind.
Any fucking moron can do this.
Ink Spots, are you not going to back me up on what flats are? Are you seriously not going to back me up on how this is not an artistic endeavor?
I've had bad flatters, dude. I've had bad flatters.
So they don't, their eyeballs don't work, or they don't care about.
No, they'll do little extra things. A good flatter will do extra things for you.
Like what?
Like, say there's a solid black silhouette. A lot of flatters will not outline that as a separate selection. Good flatters will outline that silhouette as a separate selection. Just things, little small things like that.
Okay,
that
but that's not artistic.
There's good, and there's bad.
Okay.
I'm saying that I'm not saying it's like a total like your Rembrandt. What I'm saying is it does take skill, and it's an entry level into comics. It's a good way to get started in comics.
I'm not arguing that.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not arguing that, but these people are trying to fucking tell me that there's insulting him. Insulting what? I fucking did this job. I'm not insulting anybody.
Oh my god!
I feel like I'm talking to like one of the older guys on the flat line, right? Who's like hasn't touched like hasn't touched like a shitter job in like forever, and he finally gets.
Oh my god!
You bring up the
you guys,
shitter jobs are worthless, man. We're above.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying.
That's something you have to do. It builds into you. You need that experience.
Lucius, do you want to give Shay Zombie the link? She asked me if
Shay,
do a show.
I would love.
Oh, she wants in. I'll give her the link. I'll give her the link. Hold on.
Let's get Shay in here.
You guys
Shay's
on this?
flatter. You're rotten. You don't want her in here.
I'll insult the fuck out of her too.
You guys
bring her in. I'll fucking fuck her world up.
Right. My main point was that as a flatter, you have to make the distinction between where color value starts and ends. Like at some level.
God.
Because
no, you
don't.
No.
You don't always have an ink outline to point you the way. And you have to decide. Like you kind of learn form and shape and shadow and highlight from that. Laugh all you want, man. That's all I was getting at.
I feel like someone hurt Rod.
Oh my god. I did this a lot,
Rod,
guys. You don't understand. I work with dude, I did flats. No,
where they hurt you.
Hold on. I did flats for J Photos. For Todd McFarlane, I did fucking highly detailed art. I did all the flats. I know what goes into it, and it's like it's not that complicated, guys. It's a very simple task,
right?
And they're not.
That's why it's an entry level position.
Yes, of course. I'm just saying, don't fucking glorify it.
Your position.
Don't glorify it.
No one's making it out to be like
But bro, like I'm not a colorist. I'm trying to get my starting in doing this stuff. I haven't colored anything since like fucking high school. And I'm like, dude, it'd be cool to have a goal to be able to have the skill set to do flats on a comic book. And you're like, oh, dude, flatters are the dog shit of the universe.
No, I did not say that.
Pretty close.
They are the bottom rung of the. If you're talking about comic book production,
artists,
they're on the bottom.
They don't do anything. Why do you?
They're the least. They are on the bottom tier of everything.
Here's one of the things I think we should probably expose because Rot, you are one of these guys. Like were you ever built on any of these projects that you worked on?
You're one of these guys, Rot.
Built.
You are one of these.
No,
guys.
but I mean, Scotsman talks about
nobody credits flatters.
Yeah. Flatters lives matter.
Scotsman,
no, that's something I would get behind.
Nobody credits. No one credits colors either.
I think Razmaz is right with that. He's telling me I should learn to code.
Learn to code. I'm sorry. I probably went a little.
Thank you, Razmaz.
I have passion about. You know why I think I went. You know why I got so passionate about it? Because I went through it, and it was really. It was so exciting. I worked on some of these books that were really high profile, and I was a flatter, and I wanted to like tell somebody, but nobody gives a fuck when you're the flatter on a comic book. Nobody fucking cares, and it was brutal. And sometimes I would put like 2-3 hours in on a page, and nobody fucking cares.
And
nobody cares.
The thing is doing the right thing when no one's looking, though, and I want to do it. You know, and it's a good experience to have.
It is. No, it's a great thing to do.
And
I'm not saying it isn't.
The thing
I'm just saying, don't. I guess part of it too is like don't attribute like artistic like qualities to it. There isn't anything artistic to it. It's very
well. A lot of your choices are made for you, but you still have a freedom in it as well, and you learn.
No,
something.
you don't.
You're missing an important aspect of learning how deadlines work, learning how to work with these people because you're inside. It's a trade.
God.
It's a trade. You guys work differently than I do. I guarantee.
No, there's people rotten. There's
listen,
people
we're not going to get through rot.
All right, let's
we're not going to
rehash
get through to rot here.
Yeah.
On this.
Well, if people make their whole living off of flatting, I hope they're eating. I hope they're eating crackers and peanut butter because that's all they can afford.
Rot.
Rotten's so mean.
No. Like, listen, there's a realist aspect to what he's saying. I just want to know what can you name the books that you flatted for?
Yeah, dude, I actually flatted some Spawn pages. I actually worked on Spawn. I've done. There was a comic book that came out that was like, I think it was what's that band?
Now, how did they?
I think Slipknot. Slipknot had like a comic that came out or something.
Mm-hmm. For Spawn, how did they pay you for that?
Dude, it was a flat rate. It was like $10 or $15 a page.
Wow. Dude,
it was fucking
and how much
pennies.
time would you spend on that?
Oh, sometimes way too much.
Yeah, hours.
Sometimes it would take hours. I'm not kidding you. And I did it happily. I was gleeful in my fucking task.
I pay
that was one of the things I wanted to get to you about.
My flatter asked for $9 a page, and I pay her $12 a page because I feel bad paying $9.
Yeah, but Spawn is one of those ones. I was about to say with Rot, one of the ones I would say as a flatter would be Hell. Would be Spawn or Ethan Van Sciver like Green Lantern,
dude, detailed
with the energy, with the energy shit. You know where you you have all that warpy, wavy like line work to work with. Like, dude, that would take for fucking ever, especially if you had multi values.
Dude, I just fucking make myself blind working on this shit. It was a nightmare sometimes. I hated it sometimes, but I was also like really happy just to be a part of it. Just to be part of it it made me happy.
Right. And I would feel like when you look at somebody's original art too, or at least the high res scans, like you would kind of like glean something from it, especially when you're staring at it that long.
When I look at Dan Fraga, I basically melt down into a nightmare puddle of like, I don't want to flat it. I don't want to flat it.
Oh, dude. I have that same thought when I look at some of the stuff that Odie sends, like Scotsman and Captain. Have you ever seen like just the line work? And I just look at him and go, that is miserable. Like, if you look at the pages I'm like practicing on, I'm like, dude, I would never want you. Like, I did one picture with a bunch of stickers in the background. I was fucking like, dude, I'm not even doing this for anything. I'm doing this just to fucking try to practice. Holy fuck. This is
dude,
doing and just mind-numbingly frustrating sometimes.
Here's the thing, man. Like, I don't like doing architecture. I don't like doing detail-specific stuff. But it's like how you cut your teeth, man. And like you have to get into it.
Like when you partner up with somebody and he's like, "Hey, what do you not like to draw?" And I go, "I would rather cut my own penis off than draw a motorcycle." And then he's like, "Oh, okay." And then when you get the script, it's like, "Yeah, first 2 pages you got to draw motorcycles."
No, that was
giant motorcycles, and
the whole concept was like, how can I fit a motorcycle into this?
Oh my god, you guys are going to be awesome at like actually promoting your own book, man.
Well, I hope so. We'll see how it goes.
Man,
I just hope Captain Fuckhead never watches this because he's really proud of flatting Xenotype. And
I know.
I think he would hate my ass if he ever heard this shit.
No, I would be too because that's
God damn it, Mitchell.
I'm gonna say, hey, bro,
you don't always have to be so goddamn helpful.
I'm gonna say, bro, we talked about you like at the 2-hour mark. Just skip everything.
You realize half the people on our show are flatters? God dang, man.
They're all like, dude, how many downvotes do you have right now, Lucius? Oh god.
But all of our even Captain Fuckhead talks about the fact that like he gets to look at the OD art up close and personal and like examine it like in a way it's like fun, you spoil it because you see it ahead of time. You're part of the production process, but at the same time, like it's something you can like examine over and like think on it and like glean something from it as you look at it too, as you go through. And like I said, like for basic operations, if you're not familiar with these programs, man, like it's gonna get you really well grounded in at least selection, fills, color choices, and stuff like that. And you might laugh at that, but I mean, you start there. You start there. Everyone starts there. I remember being lost in Photoshop when I first came into it because it's just like, dude, I pick up a pencil and I just draw. That's all I have to do. And now like I had to pick this stuff. Like I didn't know about like the freeform selection where like you literally it follows your every movement, and then the point and click one. You know, like I mean that's something to learn. You know. And just how valuable that is.
You gotta click up Rasmus.
Yeah, that one is actually amazing.
Dude.
All right, I'll go through here. Let's see here.
Yeah.
No.
Color.
Bottom one.
Boom, boom.
Goddamn,
I'm going through. I'm going through because I didn't get all these.
Oh, fuck.
The next one.
This is the best one.
You know why they have so little respect? It's because people like Rotten are shooting them down.
Oh man,
he's taking his big boot and squishing him like a bug.
Man,
God damn!
Razmaz, have you ever been on a stream?
I learned something really important about myself tonight. You know what that is?
You kind of an asshole.
I'm fucking awesome, dude.
I learned something about myself today. What's that? I'm better than you.
Oh god, so fucking awful. Fucking, I hate it. Hate it.
But between you, Rot, and Spartan Scotsman, like when you guys talk about like your background roles, but you never got credited. Yeah. I talked with Ink about that, man. Like I used to look back on these comics, and even artists, artists like in museums, like historical, like mainstays, and you find out like, oh, their assistant did this. They had a whole team of people that filled in on this, and you're just like, I thought this was a one-man army. I thought this was a guy that like literally took the canvas and painted it himself, and you're just like, wait, he had somebody like fill in like the wardrobe and all this other shit, and like with comics too, you know, like I look at that team and I'm like, man, I thought that was the team that knocked us out month after month, and that's what I shot for, you know, when I was like youngin', you know, and I was like tracing, copying,
made you better,
doing that shit. In a way, but I mean, you learn your limitations too. You know, I've been trying as a fan art guy, you know, and like there's sort of a stipulation with that. For me, like I've said, it's all been like getting a fan base and also learning as I go, and trying to one-man army my own stuff. And like there's a learning process as you go, because like I said, like I'm a traditional guy, like digital was foreign to me, and the more I do, the more I learn, and like you hone in, the more you draw something, the more you do something.
Well, when you purchase a Rotten Ink book, you can be sure that we've done every aspect of that book until we get rich enough to hire bitches like Mitchell out to do it for us, and we don't credit them. Until then, it'll be all us.
So like
we won't play win either.
By the third book, you hired.
Are you taking Scotsman's advice and inking your shit now?
Well, I took what he said to heart, and there's a learning process. I mean, and a growth process, right? So essentially, what he was talking about was line weight, and giving line weight. And listen, I knew a guy. I saw his stuff, and he just had a natural gift, man. Like everything he ever put out, I was like, oh, I fucking love the line work, and I never do that. And like it was just like secondhand to this guy. Like it was like walking and talking, you know. Like there's those people who just have a natural gift at something, and like there's a term artist.
Oh, gargoyle. Oh, that's a good one. I'm just a penis connected to a person.
Lots of fact. Yeah,
that's good. I like that. Oh shit!
But you know,
he really wants this spotty thing to take off, and I'm like, nah, that ain't.
Only Captain Fuckhead can call me that,
dude. I think Inks is just do Inks. Spotty is fucking gay, man. Inks works.
There is this term called artist, and essentially that's somebody who recognizes somebody who is so outside the realm of what is considered norm, but makes it work, and like you respect them on that level. And a lot of like quote unquote normies or maybe ground level viewers won't appreciate it, but like they have a true masterdom of their craft, and it's just not noticed because it looks so weird to the layman person. Because there's the people who will take all the illustration classes, the figure drawing classes, anatomy classes, or whatever, and they'll follow somebody else and they'll just refine it to a point that it looks masterful.
Yeah.
But they're chasing the norm. And there's this guy that's thinking so far outside that norm. Think of like Dave McKean. If you can recall his stuff, Arkham Asylum with Grant Morrison, he was on the Sandman covers, and he's like mixed media and like it's really stylized and like heavy on like this accent to it, but like it conveys everything it has to do, and it's like it's instantly recognizable as his own thing.
Hey, did you send Shay a link or what?
I did.
Okay.
In Twitter.
Okay.
He never showed up. You can send it to her too if you want. Just to double check, because Twitter DMs aren't always reliable.
Derps and derps.
Rop.
But
we're fucking you up, Lucius. What's going on?
What do you mean?
We're not fucking him up. Hold on,
I'm going back to my original rant, man.
God, he's in the middle of. I forgot. It's been so long. You're in the middle of like a monologue or something.
In a way, yeah. Artist.
Okay.
Paul Pope is one that I really like.
Ooh, Paul Pope's good.
Yeah. Batman Year 100. That is one of my favorite Batman stories I've ever read, because it was like very ground level, and he's like bleeding out in the first story, and like running from authorities, and it's just like, okay, yeah, he's an amazing athlete, but he's like, one of the things I hate about Batman is like he has plot armor, and he's almost like Iron Man without an Iron Man suit, and at the same time capable of taking down the most iconic supervillains you can think of, with just like his mind and like regular skills, And in this book, like it's all about the fact like he's playing up the fact that he's supposed to be this mythic figure. He's been going on for years, and he's injured in the beginning thing, and like, yeah, he's an amazing athlete, but like you get the real feel that he's street level too, and Paul Pope grinded his teeth in the European and Japanese scene, and it has like a very like graphic and like gritty element to it that I really like, and it's one of my favorite books like out there. Even though like maybe the story isn't like the super best, I like that version of Batman where it's like he's fallible, he's vulnerable, and he could be taken down like just for fucking up. Whereas like the DC mainstream version of Batman is like he always has a backup plan, and he's always ahead of somebody by like 2 steps. So even if he fails, like he wins, kind of thing. Whereas this one, you really felt like, okay, he's just like living and dying by the moment, and if he can get his way out of it, he lives, sort of thing.
Hey, but Lucius,
like, what did you feel when you were reading it, though? But what did you feel when you were reading it, though?
Hard.
I digged it on I saw it on like a background element initially. I never bought the trade, but I bought like back issues, I think, of 1 and 2, and then I bought 3 and 4. And I like the element. So if you read Batman Year 100, it's also like they pass down the lineage. Like he honors the fact that like there's a 60s and the 30s version, and it's a mantle that gets passed down. And even Robin isn't like a Robin; he's a Batman Junior. And like they do this split up scene in like the 3rd issue where like Robin is dressed up exactly like Batman, and they both take alternate routes to like confuse the authorities that are chasing them down. And like there's one that's leading them into a dead end trap, and there's one that's actually trying to like accomplish something. And like I really dig that story. In the end, like it was something like he exposed like some secret program online to everybody, and that was like the fix to it is like if I expose it to everybody, then even though it's like a bad thing initially, other people will find a cure. But like I really dig like how they honored the Batman legacy mantle, everything like that, and like just the way they ground him as a street level hero, which is what I feel like he should be. Whereas like you look at the mainstream books, like you look at the Hush thing where it's like, oh, if he tries to take my cowl off, he's electrified and stunned, and she's stopped in the fact. I have like these jets in my boots, so I can just like push myself through water without swimming. Like it was just like so like Iron Man-esque, right? It's just like,
in what world could Batman ever even possibly remotely stand a chance against Superman? In what world?
Exactly, that too.
No world ever.
And I'm kind of like a Superman fan, and I feel like the ultimate answer to that is like Superman will never kill him, right? Like he'll always hesitate at that level, but it's like he could evaporate you from like the upper
outer space. Yeah.
Like there's nothing you could do to stop him. Like the entire premise of Superman entrusting Batman with the kryptonite ring was like, I trust that if it ever gets to this point, you take me out, knowing that that's the greater good for like mankind. If it ever comes to this point where I lose my faculties, whatever, like you'll be the guy that can take that step that I couldn't take.
Yeah, but even handing him that ring, he's gonna be thinking, "Yeah, right, bitch. You ain't gonna get
maybe
out."
Maybe, but I mean, definitely on like the Dark Knight's Return level, where like they know like their animosity figures to each other. They definitely have different goals. Like I was just like, I hated that element that they always play this up. Batman fanboys always plays up the fact that like he could beat up a Superman figure because he could outsmart him, outthink him, or whatever. I'm just like, he's Superman. I don't know.
Oh,
you're the one that's scared.
This is dude, this is a comic I did way back. This must have been like 2000, 2001. Did you do the
flats, or like what'd you do?
No, I was the writer creator. This was actually published.
Oh, is this your Image book?
This was published through Image. Yeah, this is Runes of Ragnan. But I did do the flats. Insanely detailed art. I had to bust out, dude, every single detail in this art. And this is a fucking simple page. This is nothing. Josh Metters was the artist on this. He passed away from cancer, unfortunately. But this was this book was like maybe 4 years of my life.
Now, is this black and white or color? And this is
it was all color.
Okay. Are you looking at re-releasing this, like, as a project of your own in the future?
I'm not going to No, I have no interest in revisiting this book.
I think
it was a passion, dude. This thing was it was so much a part of my life.
Mm-hmm.
It broke me. Putting this book out literally fucking broke my spirit, broke my fucking will to create for a short time. Everything went into this book, dude. It was everything to me. And
but I mean, is it your project? Like,
yes.
Do you own this?
Yeah, I owned it.
So you could re-release it if you wanted.
I could, absolutely. Yes, I could.
But you don't have any interest in it?
No, I'm not going to do that.
Would you put it out for free? Like, so as Dan Frega's put out
Flag. Here's the funny thing. It's so fucking like just hurt me that I have like literally a shit ton of copies of this comic. There were 4 issues and then a trade paperback. I have tons of copies of this book still in my. I've toted them around for years.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I think as a stretch goal, I might offer them as like.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I think Ink Spots and I will, on one of our projects, we're going to offer this book as a stretch goal for free.
Now, does it tie into the story you guys are doing?
No, of course not. No, this is completely. This is a thing I did when I was young. I was in my 20s. A totally different world, you know. But
Yeah,
I was,
so
dude. I was an angry fucking little motherfucker then, dude. I loved violence. I loved.
Man.
It's a Viking mythology book. It's so beautiful, dude.
Yeah, so what we're gonna do is offer. Okay, so we're
Beautiful.
gonna have me,
But
an amateur comic book artist that, and I can't draw as good as this guy. But if you want to get that book,
this guy
can draw really good. You have to buy my shitty art.
If you want to talk about, here's the thing about Josh Medders, this artist, I could tell him anything.
Like motorcycles.
This guy didn't even have to look at. He could out of his mind. He knew what that shit would look like. You could say the guy was coming at you right at the camera like a dynamic fucking thing. He knew how to draw it just instinctively. Wow. Yeah. I never met, like, this guy was a phenomenon. And I basically discovered, like, he went on to do, he worked in, he got big level gigs after I worked with him. You know, I don't know. Comics have broken my heart more than once, but I can't leave. I can't fucking stop. I always come back to comic books. I love them, and I want to make comics, man.
That's good, man. That's good.
Yeah,
and I would love to see this. And I think that you more than just as like a stretch goal. Like if you're toting around all these copies and everything, just send it out and get known for who you are. As a creator as well, man. Yeah. But I would dig that also as a thing. And if you have digital copies you could hand out, like I would put that as like a mail-in list sign-up bonus or whatever, because it's hard for anyone starting up a gig to have that kind of content at hand.
Yeah, no, we did 4 issues with Image, and then they put out a trade.
Yeah, there you go, man.
Yeah.
And if it's colored, all the better. But I do have a love, man. I do have a love for black and white. And, you know, like one of the projects I would push the hell out of is like Shinobi's Sasquatch with Rob Willis's like line art. So like, because like a good inker line artist like him that does all this like crazy cross hatching, like colors can hide that up. Like, you know, like it's one of those things where I feel like flats might work best with somebody like that who defines everything so well and just the line work they do. And I push for the black and white version. Like I know, like I messaged them back in like October, you know, I was like, oh man, you should definitely do black and white. And they released it and like no one was buying it up. And I'm like, oh, I hope I wasn't one of those people that pushed it so hard. Like they like did it and now they regret it. Because they're like, oh, we have to sell so many versions before it even breaks even for them as a printing opportunity. And I was just like, but like, dude, I bought original artwork off that campaign.
Oh,
and
nice.
Like, and you get copies of the book and you can choose black and white versus color. And I'm gonna choose black and white. And I'm telling you, man, like I've always had this vision in my head of taking like a Watchmen trade paperback or something like that. And cutting out page by page and taping it up on my wall just to look at it and like try to like osmosis style glean something from it as you stare at it.
What the fuck? You're a weird ass. You're a weird fucking guy.
Fuck you,
man.
Fuck you. But with Rob Willis art, man, like I would do that. I would cut up like one of the black and white books, like completely disposed, cut it up. And tape it up, like, because I respect this guy's work so hardcore.
Do you save your hair and fingernails?
Not yet. Not yet.
By the way, Rotten, they got your book on eBay.
Yeah, it's still available. You can buy that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
You can get like the first 4 for
The
like
problem, like, what really pissed me off is I got a box of graphic novels, and I still have that box of graphic novels. I got to tell you, man, my soul was I was in a bad place. I still have a box of graphic novels of that book. The problem is they fall apart. They're so fucking shittily produced.
Like glue binding kind of shit.
Fucking awful, dude. When people try to read, the pages just fall out. And
dude,
not only this is one of my greatest like I got published through Image. Look at my graphic novel. I can't even give it out to people for free because if I give it to someone, it will fall apart in their fucking hand. I'm like, dude, thanks, Image. No, I really want to thank you for stealing a fucking chunk of my life and promising me a fucking all this shit and like giving me nothing. I can't even give the book away because it will fall apart.
You know, here's a silver lining though, because the pages are already falling out. Now you should be easy to just take them and scan them in to make your digital.
God damn it, Mitchell! I don't want your I don't want your guys. You're only doing this to. You're only doing this to me because I insulted the flatting.
What?
You're only doing
this. Solid idea. Just throw it on fucking Comicsology, dude.
But
how much does it cost to put a project on Comicsology? I'm gonna Google that real quick.
I don't know, God. I have such a weird emotional thing with that project, man. I don't. You do, man. I have a lot of weird feelings about it.
I like one of the philosophies I hold as far as like creators go is like in your 20s, man. Like life is pretty raw. Like you haven't like grown up through your teens until you're like kicked out of the house or whatever on your own, and you have to like live by your own choices and die by them. Like it's all pretty protected. And so in your 20s, when like you get hurt, man, it hurts hard. When you when you accomplish something, like, man, it feels like you're on top of the world. And so like a lot of that stuff is wrapped up in that. So I can imagine like making a book at that time that you invested your heart and soul into and what that means to you and everything. So yeah, I can definitely like envision that.
It didn't help that my artist fucking died of cancer either. It didn't fucking help.
Yeah, man. And
it didn't fucking help. So anyway,
wait, I'm your artist now. What the fuck?
Well,
come on,
man.
It could be the EBS curse, man.
once not your coincidence,
artist, I'm
man.
Your co-creator. I'm your co-creator. Oh shit. No, you're gonna like what we're bringing, Lucius.
Oh God, it's gonna. Man, we got so much.
Fun
it's so
stuff.
good.
Rotten has the fucking greatest idea ever for how to introduce a fucking horror monster creature.
It's gonna be like
fucking great. It's good. It's gonna be awesome.
Now, is that something you're gonna reveal for the propulsion of your thing, or is that something you're keeping hidden until they get the book?
Oh no. Well, I think it's okay that we kind of reveal it a little bit. I don't have a problem with that.
You know, that's
the heavy components of the story are going to be deeper than that. So these are like the really enjoyable, like surface tactile elements.
Is it visual?
Very visual.
Okay, good. Because one of the things I think that a lot of guys are missing out on as like a selling point is that you get the like the 5-page intro or whatever to a book, and like I'm looking at Shinobi Sasquatch now, Rob Willis. I'm telling you, like top of the line across the board. I don't care if you look at DC, Marvel, wherever. He's top 5, top 10 easily across every major publisher, but. Like he's released stuff that I feel like would be considered spoiler-ish, but it looks so fucking good. When you look at it, you're like, I want to own that book. I want to look at that. I want to own it in my hand.
It's like with me, man.
Sell it.
if when you get ink spots, I don't care if it's Marvel, DC, all the way across the line. Ink spots is going to be the top 300,000 artists. I'm in there somewhere. Top 300,000. I'm in there. I don't give a fuck what company you look like. That's how good I am.
No.
Damn.
No.
I'd believe it, though.
Dude, that's a bold fucking statement, dude. That's like saying you're in the top 100 flatters of.
You know, that really means something because Rodden said
that's fucked up.
If anyone else said it, no one would care. But Rodden said it, and that's why we all care. That's why it's an achievement, you know. If I can make Rodden's top 100 flatters ever, then I know I'd arrived. But I'm not.
No,
Rodden's
we're gonna
not gonna remember me as a flatter.
I think I'm making some stuff strictly for promo use. That's probably won't make it into the book, but it'll be all promo stuff. And then we were talking about me drawing some separate drawings so that we can do a little animation and stuff. So,
oh, dude,
but you know,
look at
I'm like, I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea if like Cecil's serious about having me on like Dick Rider. Like seriously, like gonna pay me or have me on the project. But I've approached it as if it was serious, and like, dude, I have so much stuff in the wings, and I feel like if you do enough stuff that's not even like the main story, but it could fill up another book. I mean, that's like when you talk about these stretch goals about we're gonna put in all these extra pages. You know, maybe it's backup story, maybe it's just concept art, and I'm a sucker for concept art, man. And that's the thing I was going to talk about when Rot was saying about his book falling apart. I'm a big like concept art junkie, and did you guys ever play the game or remember the game Okami?
Yes.
So they had a concept work thing, and they worked like a manga book too, like it was in reverse, like, you know, right to left rather than left to right. But like it was all like kind of like Japanese art style, the way they did it, heavy inks with color fill-ins and stuff like that, but like it was focused on ink work for it, and the video game was stylized around that too. And I recently went back to my concept art book that I had for that because I loved it so much, because it was there's so many characters to it, and it was all around like Japanese lore as well. They worked in these like old mythological stories and folded them in on each other, and dude, the binding on it just gave way. Like it completely split. Like these were loose pages, and I was just like, oh, dude, I paid like $40 for this book back in the day or something like that. And like, it's so disappointing to see that happen. And there's a number of books too, man. Like I have
a lot of art books that are like that. Like all the glue kind of went out, and it's like like a really nice fucking art book.
Yeah, and like I didn't like abuse it. I didn't do anything major with it. It's just like it sat on my shelf. I finally pulled it out, and it fell apart. And there's another one. The I love the JMS Oliver Copiel Thor story. That was back in the day, like where he had like the chainmail arms. Like it was like the return to Thor after Civil War, like 12-issue omnibus that I had of that, and like I saw it like with a stain, like on the inside edges, and I feel like it was the glue that they used, like it finally soaked through or something, and like there's all sorts of things like that where it's just like, man, you really have to think about who you have manufacture these books and how. Like I would love to have a pristine edition of that Okami art book, because like, dude, like I really love the concept art behind it, but I don't want to pay another $40 to have like the book fall apart on me. Well,
that's something that me and Rod are kind of going through right now, with trying to figure out the quality of our book, price points, things like that. It's like we're trying to figure out how we're gonna do it, you know. And
it's a lot to think about, man.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it at an affordable price point, but we also want room in there to add upgrades, and you know, it's hard to figure. You know, that's going to be a hard part of the whole thing, probably.
So one of the books that I think of when I think of like what I want is like a full end delivery, and you guys can throw in your own versions of this. I don't know if you ever picked up the book Speeding Bullets. It was a Elseworlds story of Superman if he had been raised as Bruce Wayne. Back from like 1993. It was its own like self-contained story in a trade paperback, 48 pages, but it was like soft-covered trade paperback, and like I mean it was just quality build and everything, and like it was self-contained story. There was never an issue number 2, 3, or whatever, and you know it was like the Marvel what ifs. What if Superman landed in the Wayne Manor confines, kind of thing?
You'd stay together.
So yeah, as far as I know, I mean, I haven't pulled out, but I mean, as far as delivery of story, all right, that's the main thing. It's like the page by page, you turn it, what it gives you. Like, all right, it delivered variation on origin, delivered a villain, delivered a growth story, and like it's like the whole fact, like so. It's like Bruce Wayne.
I'm having a growth story right now.
So Bruce Wayne watches his parents get murdered, but he kills his parents' murderer because he's Superman.
Nice.
But that's the awakening of his powers in that moment. Like he gets shot at, he lives through it, but he kills them through heat vision. So like it's not even like he's haunted by the fact that his parents' murderer is free. It's more or less like just like how does he handle the fact that he has these powers, and he's also traumatized by the fact that he watched his parents die in front of him, and ultimately like it leans into the Superman story. Like Lois is his love interest, but wants him to go into a positive light, and they go with that. But I mean, in 48 pages, it delivers all of this, and like you never feel like it misses a beat. And
wait, is this the one where Alfred is from Hong Kong also, and he's like his uncle?
No.
Oh,
I don't think so.
I'm sorry.
I don't think
I thought we were talking about a high school book. My bad.
This is like
what is your Mitchell? I'm curious. What's your avatar? What is that?
It's Nova, but it's the same Alexander Nova back in like 2013ish. But I colored it myself, or not colored, but I pretty much threw colors onto it to change it so it's not just normal Nova.
Nice. Yeah. Okay. I was being curious about that.
Yeah, listen, all I know is if I was Superman, I had Superman's powers, I had Bruce Wayne's money. Oh, you guys are in trouble. You'd
be a fucking absolute dick.
I don't think it'd be trouble at all. I think would be Ink Spots would be sitting there like reclining on a couch somewhere, you know, with the most expensive escorts and beer and hot dogs and hamburgers money could buy.
Dude, I'd just be using my superpower to drink as many kegs and bang as many bitches as possible.
Yeah,
I would be like,
there's also
you'd be insulting flatters and all kinds of bullshit.
I'd be all fat, like I'd have a big old beer belly. I'd be like, I don't care how I look, I'm fucking rich, and I could fucking snuff you out just by looking at you.
This is why this is why the universe has chosen not to give you success, because you're a fucking asshole, dude.
Well, at least he's okay with flatters.
I told this. There was this kid. There was this young kid that started working where I did, and all the ladies loved him. He was a good-looking guy with a Brooklyn accent. And I told this kid, I said, if I had your looks and my brains, I would rule the world. Rule the world. That's why God made me ugly.
Yeah, dude. He knew you don't give a man that much power, dude.
No, I can't have looks on top of all this.
No, we got to keep you under. We got to keep you under fucking check. Ink Spots, dude. Just fucking settle down, man.
I gotta be under somebody's thumb. That's the only way I'll ever succeed, I guess.
It's gotta work. Jesus Christ, man. Gets out of control. Lucius is muted. Host of the show.
I know.
Well, I was born to drink. Last time I did that, it was counted as pissing. So
under I was beginning to think that you took lessons from Josh Metz for a second here.
Oh no, that dude goes silent for an hour without the mute button. All right.
Yeah, but he's got he's got that mustache.
If he's on camera.
What do you got?
Listen, that's the most vivacious.
No, what do you got? We haven't even seen what you got.
I got my thoughts.
Listen,
people know what I have. I've already been, dude. I've had big pickles put in my mouth.
Man, listen,
what the fuck are you gonna do?
Wait. This has been a completely Avatar stream. No one should. Well, Hanks showed his face to show him eating an Arby's sandwich.
Yeah,
and rub it in our face. We didn't have an Arby's sandwich, by the way.
Yeah,
and that's the only FaceTime we've had. And I
can't. I'm sorry.
I feel like we're bringing it, man.
Until you break 100 subs, I'm not showing my face on this channel.
Oh my god!
he's a YouTube snob. He's an e-celebrity.
No, the funny part about that is
had like 400 subs. Didn't show
the funny part about that is I came on here full fucking frontal last week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I did. Yeah, and I got fucking made fun of for that too.
I've got my balls out right now,
dude. I like our pregame stream, man. Like I like where we started at.
No, I like it. It's got to be the Monday night.
Yeah,
the Monday night fluffer.
Monday fluffer. Yeah, I'll do that as a title. What were you gonna say, Mitchell? Go on.
It's because you built your brand on black and white, bro. Like, of course they're gonna
black and white, bro. Hold on.
No,
when are you starting that bro shit?
Oh, bro.
Mitchell, how good was the fucking Atomic Deuce this week? And
was it fun? Hold on. Yeah, I want some perspective. Was that a good show, Mitchell?
It was. Yeah.
It was good, man. I could feel that show was good.
I have to go look.
Did we have fun?
Oh, no, it's not even. I don't know. Like, it was kind of weird. There was a couple of weird spots to it, if I remember.
Like what? The parts where I was talking, was that?
No. I felt like there was a little bit of I feel like there was a little bit of Comicsgate drama snuck its way into a few comments that might have sat poorly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but that's fantastic.
Not really.
Good. No, it was great.
The whole stream was a success. Yes, I'd say that. You finished it. That's good.
Low blow, man. Low blow.
I don't remember drama in it.
Oh my god,
we had War Campaign Pro people in there and anti-war campaign people in there, and we all got along for the most part.
And that's where I feel like we united, man, because we're not deep in any part of it, and we're not like trying to like push like you're wrong, you're right. And Angie,
CG United together will never be divided.
Yeah. If I'm going to speak honest, I feel like when we did like an hour and a half of like, let's just show comic books, that's why I started bringing up Comicsgate stuff. I'm like, dude, let's talk about something fucking different than old comic books that like have existed since before I've been born. It's cool you have them, and it's cool to talk about them, but I didn't come to the Atomic Deuce and get wasted.
Oh, is that what did that happen?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Was that with is that
we were all grabbing and nerding?
Oh no. Was that with Death Metal Hero? Is that what happened?
That was fun. That was the nerd part of it.
Oh.
You know what? But you have to have it in moderation. Like, I love it, but you have to have it in moderation. When it goes that long,
I agree with that, dude. If I had been sober, I would never let that fly.
I was shitting on you from the chat on that because you guys kicked me out.
Dude, I was more active in the chat because they wouldn't let me get a word in edgewise.
Well,
and I was on the panel.
Yeah, there's always that fact. Now, it just happened to work out. It wasn't personal. My girl had to work the next day, so I had to go silent. And so that's why I was in chat only. I never revealed that. I just worked up the edge because Rot's like, fucking Lucius, you won't come in here. You fucking working it up, man.
Here's the thing, like I can't remember who said it, but like you have to have that heel in the wrestling, like in wrestling, like
you're right.
Like, this stuff you have to have that thing.
Yeah,
that's why you say you have to have kayfabe, man. You have to keep your shtick.
Now listen. Did I bring the ukulele songs or what though?
Oh, you do a good job on the ukulele songs.
God damn, no, that was so good. But what, dude? In the AI dungeon, man, is that something we need to just bail on?
You need a more experienced DM, I think. Like
you need a guy like Kami Mark on that, or like
dude, you gotta lead. Who's playing it like it was? it
like,
was.
here's the problem. I don't think Metz is a DM, so he's using a program, but he's not a dungeon master. Like I used to run D&D games. I don't think that he's running it like a D&D game. He's running it like a question and answer. Run it like a D&D game. You could have fun with that kind of shit.
Okay.
Ink was one of the voices that could have contributed to that, but they're like, shut up, Ink, and let what's his name?
And Death Metal Hero didn't know what the point of
and he was like, I opened the door. I'm like, what, dude? I was outside having a cigarette, and I'm like, oh my god, what is happening? This is not a D&D session. What the fuck?
And
it depends on what type of session, because I think that we could have an entertaining bit of it, but you have to do it. It's gonna have to be something that you have to do. It's like maybe 20-30 minutes tops, probably 10 minutes tops, where you go through a situation, right? And you have something fucking crazy happen. And pretty much what I do is I'd write it like a small D&D like session.
Maybe it should be written beforehand, like.
No. What you do is
the intro.
You write points to it. Like, have you ever played D&D?
Yeah, of course.
Then you write it like a D&D campaign. You have your quick little points. You have like your little storytelling element. And what you can do is you can make it a reoccurring segment. So each week you could add on to it. You can continue.
Oh my god! So it's an ongoing saga,
right? And so you have to tune in every week to get the next episode.
Mitchell, god damn it, dude!
I should have the saga of balls, and we should.
Mitchell should be the fucking. Mitchell should be the Atomic Deuce fucking show director, man.
When we did it the first time, it went pretty well.
That's because Tommy Mark was here,
because Ink was here, and I was trying to twist it too. And I feel like Kami Mark had the best handle on it because he was picking up on like how like each of our answers twisted the
people need to understand. It's about breaking the AI into doing the most fucking.
Remember when we were getting the AI to say stuff like you're having sex with it? Like, whoa, we broke it.
And my strategy was to back it so far into the corner it had no choice. But then it would do like this most like weird answer ever. And then Kami Mark was the guy who was picking up on like, oh no, we have to feed it this, that, and the other, and then we can start to steer it.
The vampire. What did he come up with? The jizz vampire. What
Spunk
did he
vampire.
The spunk vampire. That was genius, man. That thing was going nuts.
Maybe Atomic Deuce needs a fucking umpire.
We don't need
referee.
Umpire.
Maybe we need Mitchell to be like, you guys are going off. You guys are fucking out of line. It's fucking stupid. Get back on track.
Your last one got struck, and like one of the things about
the
live show
song,
they're always gonna get struck.
Yeah,
dude.
Which
one of the
in the
things
chat
about
I
a live
called this
show,
because you started playing. I'm like, oh, here's your strike.
yeah, and that's why I'm not doing any of that screen share, show me your clip shit. But as a live stream show, do that.
With six fucking goddamn viewers.
Yeah. As a live stream show, the thing you can play up. All right, you don't fight any of your claims, but you play up the fact like you gotta be here. You have to watch it live.
Yeah.
All right. If you really want to see it happen, you have to be here.
It's not gonna. It's gone once you. It's over.
I mean,
it's a one-time fucking event, people.
It sucks because like you had a lot of eyes.
Guys. No, why it sucks? That was our biggest show ever.
Yeah,
we had 184 views by the time it ended. That was
it was a big show.
And then we didn't get credit for any of it.
None of it.
And
struck off.
I remember there was some guy who was new who like loved the Crimes of Advertisement Past, and I'm just like, that's been a regular feature, like. This is somebody who just got into the show, and like, if they come back week after week, and I'm pretty sure you're gonna keep coming with this stuff, man. Like they're gonna get that part, And
we have to keep the CG drama out of it. Whatever happens,
guys, I gotta fucking go.
All right,
all right, man.
I gotta bounce out.
Hey, Rotten, give your wife a big fat kiss from me.
I will, dude. It'll be big and smoochy and beautiful.
All right.
And then I'll tell her
Rotten,
flats. Anyone who does flats is like a god among men. I'll tell her that. What, Lucius? What?
Yeah. If you give her a good hard fuck, tell her it's from Mitchell.
Hey, we'll talk tomorrow about the book, Rotten.
All right, dude. All right.
See you later, man. Thanks for being on.
Bye.
From Mitchell.
He's just paying it forward. That's all. I mean, I got a few jabs in on him.
No, I think the key is to have a fun show. Keep all CG drama out. We don't need it. We don't need it.
Right. It just polarizes people.
what is it gonna serve, in the end? And like even on the Twitter sphere, like it's like I can't comment anywhere without worrying about how it's gonna like inflect on somebody, and like I look at it and I'm like, in the end, what does this get anybody in the end? And like I can see like if I was like diametrically opposed to somebody, dude, yeah, I'd bring out all the war guns, I'd bring out the armada, I'd bring out the military, the forces, but like I feel like this is only hurting everybody, literally everybody, even yourself, by doing it.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I stopped my show. I did not want to be put in a position where I have to decide if I'm letting people who are anti-war campaign or if the people that are mad at Cecil. I don't want to have to deal with that, and I don't want to be put in a position to be said, well, he didn't put me on because I was war campaign, or he didn't put me on because I don't want to have to deal with that shit at all.
Wait a second. I'm not sure what we're talking about anymore because I zoned out when we said we're going to not talk about the drama. I've been clicking this visible and not visible layer because Scotsman taught me how to do spotlights the other day because he's an awesome guy. And it's just the most amazing thing. I'm such a simple-minded fool where I'm just clicking like the visible and invisible like view of it on the layers just because like, dude, I can't believe that this guy talked me through how to do this. Like he was like key bindings. Like, all right, now you're gonna click this key in this key, all right, and you're gonna lasso over to this. And like, dude, how in the fuck can you do that without even we're like barely even doing screen share. We're just doing like screen share through StreamYards. I'm like, how in the hell can this motherfucker walk me through a badass thing like this, and when you do it, it just looks like it's fucking awesome. And I just keep on clicking it on and off, on and off.
When it comes to like, if I had a random question, I didn't know how to do XYZ, whatever it happens to be, I'd probably message Scotsman first. I'd probably be like, hey man, I got this problem. How would you do it?
Yeah,
and just see if he has an answer, man.
Fuck you too.
Lucius, I'm not gonna play a clip. I'm just gonna show you. I'm clicking it on and off, on and off. Oh, he's not gonna share screen, man.
No, man, I've been having fun.
Lucius takes a hard stop on all screen shares after Rotten's been struck.
I got these cash grab pages, dude, and they're funny, and I'm having fun doing it. But I'm starting to get like, I spent like 5 hours coloring one panel today. I'm like getting way too into it. I gotta knock this shit out. I'm only getting paid a few bucks.
Dude, I mean, this is your breakout coloring gig. I would give it extra attention if it were me, man. Like, because I don't want to get too buried in it, but most of what you're going to get as a backing is going to be the people behind you that believe in you, like more so than your abilities. And I wasn't the biggest fan of what Anna put out as a cover, like for the style, for what she could do, what I know she could do. And at the same time, I don't feel like anybody gave her like really pushback feedback on the style of it. Because like, without even transforming that much of it, I would say a few things, about it. And like, no dig against her. She's done, I think, the best at anybody for a Vampirella cover in terms of funding, like of anyone.
What?
Right?
EVS?
And
did you see EVS's?
Is he above 50,000 or 40,000?
Let me go see, because I'm pretty sure EVS was pretty fucking solid. I'm not a rocket scientist, but he did some pretty fun stuff.
He would be the closest.
I'm just an aircraft mechanic.
Yeah, he would be the closest competition, but I mean, in terms of execution, I would say like even in the terms she was shooting for, I think she could have hit it harder.
Okay, so EVS's first one did 61,000.
Okay,
she didn't do 50,000 yet. Some dude who has no online presence just is doing 30,000.
Okay.
Right? Like shoot, who else is it? Like, there's a lot of guys doing Vampirella covers nowadays,
Mhm.
man.
I wonder
And what I would say.
EVS's
amount
other
of
one with
money-
the Cyberfrog in it did almost 70,000.
Okay.
How much of that money do you get to keep, though? That's what I want
Right.
to know.
Yeah. And
It sounds like it's a paid gig. Like they get a flat fee, and they might get a bonus for every X amount they sell. From what I've heard so far.
it. Because like otherwise, why wouldn't like Lucio Perello be out trying to like literally like do everything he can to sell an issue if he gets paid per issue?
Yeah, and you know, there was a ton of like mistakes I saw her do along the way. I was like, oh my gosh, like how would you not know that? Especially when she talks about the fact she went to art school and she sunk all this money. She's in debt for this much money on just the formatting alone. And it's no big dig at her. You only know what you know. And like I said, any of these promotions you do, like, I mean, the ultimate lesson from any of this is that your presence online, the people that believe in you as a persona, are going to be your most loyal followers. They're going to be the ones that drive your campaign. Right. And you know, like if you don't believe in it, don't back it. You know, like I haven't backed any of these Vampirella covers for anyone because I'm not a Vampirella fan. Like I don't want it. And ultimately, that's the thing that you should take away from it is like you only back the projects you want to back, and I believe that wholeheartedly. There's plenty of these comics-based projects I will promote that maybe I haven't backed, but because I just don't have the money or I don't have like like for me, even space is a concern because I have so much shit right now. Like I'm out of space to store it in, and I don't want it to like just be treated like trash. And this is one of the things I was talking to Rod about was like digital versus like physical format. Where's the value in it? And I talked to him about, do you guys remember the 40 years of like initially I think it was Amazing Spider-Man, but it became like X-Men Avengers. Like there was a CD-ROM storage thing of like all these stories where they took the physical scans of whatever copies of the books they could find from like issues 1 to whatever it happened to be at that time. This was like late 90s or early 2000s. I forget the company, but they scanned it, and even the ads, like everything about the book, and whatever state it was in too. Like as long as it was like readable, they took the scans of it. And I was talking to Rod about it. I'm like, you know, there's something to digital being able to save the history of it, as long as you don't try to hide or obscure what it was. You know, like the old like Atlas like beach body thing, you know, where it's like the wimpy guy on the beach gets beat up and shown up by the buff guy, and then he buys this program and he gets bigger or whatever, and he comes back and wins his girl back, and the X-ray goggles, like all that nifty shit that they put in the comics at that time. And like, you know, I remember buying comics back in the 90s, and one of the things that like entranced me about other comics was looking at like the subscription list or whatever, and they had like I missed Death of Superman when it happened, but I was picking up the comics in Reign of Superman, and like I saw like Doomsday wrapping up Superman like in this like body lock, and it was like always in the solicitations of this like subscription service. I was like, who the fuck is this? What is this about? And like you know, the comics did back in that time, it's like check out issue XYZ, and it might only be like a couple months back, but like I didn't have like immediate access to it, and I was just dying to know who is Doomsday, who is this character, Death of Superman's story. I don't know it. I want to know it. And you know, that was the exciting thing about the comics at the time. And like solicitations, and I remember seeing these like Nightfall ads in the pages too. I fucking love the Kelly Jones covers of the Nightfall.
Oh, Kelly
stories.
Jones, man!
Oh my god,
good man.
Yeah, and like he would sell me, man, on those covers that he did, and they would do like a little bit of color variation in the ads, and it was all about like there was the Nightfall logo, right, which was this shadow eclipsing the Batman logo in a different color, and it was like 1 through 20, I think, is how they did it. So it was slowly eclipsing the Batman logo with this Nightfall logo, and they had this like little bit of like text on it, and like the one that I think was Detective Comics 664, Bane like holding Batman up by his cowl and like just like ready to pummel his face, and like I love that cover, man. And that was a Kelly Jones cover, and like he did the Bane breaking his back. He did all these covers, man, through the Nightfall saga, and like you could sell book after book on it, man. And I was just ready to
I
pick
know
up the
about
next
covers,
issue.
man.
Yeah.
Do you know how many shit comics I have that I've never read that have EVS? EVS was fucking doing these amazing covers, and I would buy and then I'd get it home and I'd crack it open and it'd just be all this shit art by another artist. I'm like, motherfucker, not another one, man.
Yeah, but I mean, at that time, I mean, in the 90s, man, like artists were kings, man, and I don't. It's. I think it was harder to find it. Well, for me at least, what I would be offered through mainstream offerings like spinner racks. It's like the artists were always good. Graham Knowlton, who is it? Graham Knowlton? Is that his name?
Yeah, Graham Nolan.
Yeah, he was on the Batman books at the time, man. Like I picked up those books, man. I remember looking at them. He was the interior artist. Kelly Jones did the covers. He was the interior, and like they were solid, man. Like I think it was Batman 500. That was in the Nightfall, like the capstone of the Nightfall saga. And at the time, it was all about like cyborgs and tech stuff, and like the mixture of that. And so Azrael as Batman like had the gloves and like all that shit attached to it, and I ate it up with a spoon, man. Like Bruce Wayne didn't hold a whole lot of weight with me, and like I loved the fact that DC Comics took that chance on like non-established characters being like the title character at that time. The major pivot points were so Death of Superman, Return of Superman comics, Nightfall. So Azrael took over as Batman, and Green Lantern. Like Hal Jordan lost like his mind, and then Kyle Rayner took over.
Are you talking about 0 Hour? Or?
No, this is all 1993, before 0 Hour.
Before 0
1993. Hour. So Death of Superman was at the beginning of the year.
I remember, here's what I saw. When I saw Death of Superman, my grandfather, he's like, look, Superman dies. And I remember going, about time. Dude, I never liked Superman. I thought he was the dumbest superhero ever.
I'm going to tell you, like, this is like the comic book cover that got me into comics was, I think it was Superman 78. I might be wrong on this. It's the cyborg Superman holding the tattered American flag on American the cover. Flag.
I took that cover and redrew it. That was one of the first comic book images I ever drew. I redrew that Cyberman Superman, a big old one too, like probably like 22 inches wide poster. I redrew that like line for line and painted it. I didn't have like good paint, so I used like modeling paint. So like the robot part was like all that silver modeling paint for cars. I was into it, man. And I also like the Superboy, man. I love that Superboy design where he's just wearing the leather jacket.
The leather jacket, yeah, man.
And who was the artist on that? That artist was fucking fantastic. He didn't use a lot of heavy blacks, but I love that artist, man. That was fucking good.
Well, that was Tom Grummett, I think. On
Tom Grummett, man. That dude could draw like a mother. I loved his the way he drew muscles, the way he drew legs. Dude, that dude could draw. I like that. He didn't use a lot of heavy spotted blacks, though. But I kind of reminds me of Smiller in that way. Their art, I'm serious. Like their art is kind of similar like that. They're not a lot of heavy blacks, a lot of hatching.
Mm-hmm.
So I like Smiller's art. I just don't like Smiller.
But yeah, that Cyborg Superman cover, man, like what it did for me as a kid, I was probably like 8, 9 years old when I saw that. I was like, what the fuck is going on with Superman? That's like, that was running through my head. Like, what have I missed out on? Because those are the things that catch your eye and make you wonder. As far as like my first comic book memories, there's like I think his name was Power Man. I think. And it was like Spider-Man and Beast crossover. This guy named Power Man, and it was just like one of those random buys, man, like that I had as a kid. And another one was like Superman, like during like the initial run of Eradicator, where he like donned a Kryptonian suit, and there was some like alien dude that wore like a Superman suit behind him in the cover. I can't remember the issue number, but like I remember that issue happening, and but the like where I was hooked in the comics was on that Cyborg Superman cover. And
Yeah, mine
like
was Alien. What was it? Was it Alien versus Predator? It was the Kubert brothers were drawing it. One of the Kubert brothers,
oh
Adam.
man, the
It was
Kubert
like
brothers. Oh, they were so
it was
money
one
in
of
the
his
90s, man.
It was one of his first books for Dark Horse, and he was Alien versus Predator. I think that's what it was. I can't remember.
Weapon X #1, Age of Apocalypse. Man, that was
Age
one of
of
my
Apocalypse
first...
was the best. That was
Dude,
my I
yeah.
fucking love Age of Apocalypse.
I saw my one friend.
Joe Quesada on X Factor. Joe Quesada was brilliant on X Factor, man. It was good stuff.
My one friend, he had the I don't remember the arc, but where Legion kills Xavier, and like Magneto is cradling his body on the cover, and that's like the transition to Age of Apocalypse. Like that's where like I jumped in, and like, dude, I went into Kmart, fucking Kmart.
I had all those Chromium covers, dude. I lost those, and I wish I had those now. Those were the best looking.
Dude, I went into Kmart
covers. Joe Mad cover. Oh my god.
Yeah, I went into Kmart to look for like titles, and like it was just X-Men Age of Apocalypse everywhere, and I was like, I don't know where to start. And the Weapon X cover was like the immediate pull in. Astonishing X-Men was the title that I felt like held it from front to back end because it was the main driving title. But I filled in at least like the Chromium bookends: X-Men Alpha, X-Men
Prime,
Omega.
And Alan Davis did one. I didn't like Alan Davis that much, but he did one of them. He was okay. He wasn't the greatest, but the Kuberts were the stars, and I think Joe Mad had some stuff. And
that was like
X-Men
for me,
Alpha
his breakout titles was on that for Joe Mad, man.
Yeah, the like, Alpha was the best book, man. I love that book.
Yeah, for sure.
Have you seen those, Mitchell?
Not really, no. I've been doing touch-up.
You were back into the old stuff. Mitchell does this. He's like,
Well, I was interested for like the first like 20 minutes, but I feel like you guys been talking about it for like an hour.
Oh god, you got to get the Alpha.
Here's the difference, though. All right, I was born early 90s.
Okay.
Like you're talking about like stuff that might like people who are that's different generation of stuff.
Yeah, like, we were teenagers then.
Like when I was reading that teenage books, that was like 2010, 2013 was like when I was growing up in high school. Those are the comic books. Like,
wow.
Yeah, so like that was it's a different thing.
What hooked you, Mitchell? Like, what was the comic book that hooked you?
So the comic book that first got me into comics was Gru. My first comic book ever was G.I. Joe. What got me into it was when they started doing Punisher Max, and my dad worked full time and he was doing a bunch of stuff, and he would give me a note to go down to the comic book store and pick up the Max comics.
Oh, right? Nice.
Yeah, but I'm still in elementary school, so like the dude wouldn't sell me them without the note. So I'd get them and I go home, but my parents both worked full time, so I'd sit there and of course, like any kid would, start reading. What the hell did my dad have me go all the way downtown to pick up for him, right?
Oh wow.
So I was reading, dude, this is fucking awesome. Eventually I got a job, and like I would do things like help out at the store and everything to help pay for comics. And I got involved, like I got doing this bunch of stuff. Like I got reinvigorated when they did the New 52. Aquaman, Jeff Johns, when he was on that, was
Oh
amazing.
God, I got so many 52. The
Um,
52 books. Oh my God.
So I mean, like you
What a
start working at the
gimmick.
comic book shop, do you get to read the comics and like now
no,
you're like,
so
okay.
like I was already buying comics there, right? And pretty much what I was doing was I was trying to just help out, like, and do stuff.
Mhm.
So it started off with I was just like I just showed up, and like the load came in late, and I'm like, dude, I just want to buy my books. He's like, God, dude, we're still bagging and boarding everything. We haven't put everything out in the list. I'm like, all right, man, I'll help out. And like before you knew it, like there might be an issue or two extra slid into the stack, right?
Oh,
Kind of
nice. Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah,
Not
yeah.
not like, oh, I'm working for the man. I'm just sat there. I was like, dude, I just want my books. If it means that I'll get my books today, I'll
But
help sort that shit.
Dude, I
you're talking
remember.
about the Max series, but then you're slipping into New 52. I mean, that's kind of
Right.
separate
There was a big.
territories.
It is.
How did you get into the New 52?
I kept on going to the store, and it was one of those things where I had a friend of mine who was only into like that Mac stuff and everything else like this, and him and the owner were talking about the New 52, and they were both agreed that the Jeff Johns Aquaman was just amazing. It was the best thing ever.
Mm.
And for weeks I was like, nah, I'm not gonna read it. But every week I'd go into the comic book store and there'd be someone else talking about it. I'm like, all right, picked it up and I read it. I'm like, dude, Aquaman's badass. Has he always been this badass? And I picked up like an
Nope.
issue from like
Nope.
I picked up like an issue from the 50 cent bin. I'm like, dude, Aquaman's a wussy in this. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, no, it was really good. So like that was really what got me into getting it. That's when my stack started to get out of hand. I went and got like an actual job a couple years later, and like I was working more hours than I was supposed to in high school, and it funded like a $50 weekly stack of comic books because I had no other expenses.
That's what I was gonna say. I got
Yeah.
one time my pull box was like $300 a week. It was like
Yeah,
ridiculous, man. It's like, oh man, I can't do this anymore.
and that money, man. And then like
Mhm.
but I would just do that stuff. And at the time, I knew a bunch of guys who were into it, and so it was easy to get talked into new books, new issues. And it's just weird because, like, from the group of people that I knew in high school and going through to the same shop of my age range, I'm like one of the only people still going. So it's kind of weird when you sit there and you look at it and like, dude, like I look around and all the guys who are still going that are regulars that I know are all these old guys that are like as old as my dad. And I'm still like, man, dude, like I remember when, this guy and that guy used
Yeah,
to come down, this girl, that girl used to come down, and
Mhm.
they're not here no more. It's kind of weird.
yeah. Comics is an old man's game now, man.
It
It
is.
sucks, man. It sucks because it was such a huge part of my childhood. It's what I grew up. Like I said, my parents were drug dealer. It was a bad scene, and I could have. It was escapism, man. I could get
Mhm.
into these books, and it's kind of sad that that's not out there anymore. It's such a great thing.
Dude,
The
you want
smell
to
of
talk
the
about
paper and just like,
Oh
yeah,
man, dude, you know what almost got me out of comic books was when they started doing the movies. I remember I was so engrossed in this Spider-Man story arc, and it was just the biggest thing ever. I loved it. I was going through, and it was like right around issue 700, or is around a milestone issue of the series at the time. It was way back at the not the Tobey Maguire Spider-Mans, but I think a different set of Spider-Man, whatever. And he they cut the storyline like this was like a 12 book line, and they cut it off. They pretty much just said, yeah, and they saved the world, everything's good, the characters that were missing in action are missing in action, wipe their hands, here's the movie arc. And I'm just like, dude,
oh,
what the fuck? And then better yet, a month or two later they revisit it in a Spider-Man spin-off one, right, where Spider-Man's searching for the missing person and Captain America literally pulls him off the search. I'm like, how the fuck could Captain America pull Spider-Man off the search? That's like
um,
so horrible. Yeah. Oh man, I was
yeah, I
so
remember I
frustrated with
checked
that.
out. I checked out. It was just the story, the artwork. For me, it was always about the artwork. I wasn't as much into the storylines as the artwork. Probably because I was a '90s kid, image and everything. And when the artwork just started to be like, I would open it up and be like, I
Oh,
can almost draw as good as this guy. Why am I buying this? And then it got to be where it's like it was all covers, like beautiful covers, and the interior was all just shitty art, like first year art students were drawing the shit.
Yeah.
And that was right after the whole Image thing, and where they did not want any superstar artists anymore. And I mean, that just took me out of it completely, man. Because I don't care. I mean, yeah, you can have a great story. Some guys are good enough where they can do a great story and people read it, even though it has shitty art. But not too many guys are that good to make you not look at the cosmetic aspect of it, you know? Because
Yeah.
and
That's a different battle. And
yeah,
comic books is a visual medium. Like, I mean, without that artwork, you don't have it. And it's very rarely, like, I remember, like, Nova was one of those books, like, when it was 2013, the Sam Alexander run. That's not
yeah,
the writer, that's just the character Nova. Was one of my favorite ones ever. And they changed the writer and the author, or the writer and the artist, like, partway through the run, and it just totally shifted in tone. It went from, like, the first
yeah,
writer had a lot of personal touches to it, where he's like, hey man, like, this is a story that I wish I could tell my son's not here with me, like a bunch of like whole sob story thing. But it made it an amazing story arc, as it's Sam Alexander is trying to rescue his dad, who's the real Nova, using his
yeah,
helmet. But you lose it when you lose a good writer. It's a good teamwork,
yeah.
like you need both.
Well, that's like television now, like network television. They can't keep a fucking writing team for more than one season. And so you watch one season and it's really fucking good. And you're season 2 comes around, whole new writing staff, completely different tone, completely different story. And it's like, are you guys fucking idiots? You had gold in season 1 and then you decide to change everything.
Yeah.
I don't get that, man. It's like, if you got a winning team, you keep that fucking winning team on there, man. No matter
but
what
but
it takes.
But have you noticed that the tables have turned? Now it's me and you talking instead of you and Lucius talking. Lucius isn't really involved anymore.
Yeah, I think
I went to take a piss break,
Oh,
but
okay.
I put you guys on speaker. I don't know how much that was echoed. I'm gonna tell you right now. One of the things that got me back into comics was the new X-Men, Grant Morrison's new X-Men, which EVS was a fill-in artist on. And this is how I know EVS is like he was the good fill-in artist. Igor Cordy was the bad fill-in artist. If you go back and you look at those comic books, and I wish the full story was told because your boy Zach interrupted EVS so much on these streams where it was just like Joe Quesada hanging over EVS's head that Igor Cordy can fill in these pages. These were some of the ugliest pages in comics book history
yeah.
I've ever seen. I'm telling you, across the board, I've ever seen.
You know that I have an EVS comic and it has his worst artwork ever. It's called The Rejects. And it was one of those Marvel Amalgam books or whatever they called it.
Amalgam?
Amalgam books and it's the one where he put in his Lynx character that became X-23.
Mhm.
Dude, you could tell this was EVS going, I got to get this book out so I can get out of Marvel. That's all it was, dude. It's like, you could tell it was like layouts. It wasn't even like, you couldn't even tell, unless it had his name on it, you cannot tell it was an EVS book. But yeah, but EVS was the one that got me back in comics, not with new X-Men, but with Green Lantern Rebirth. That was my entrance back into comics.
No, I wouldn't say like EVS got me back in, but like New X-Men was one of the storylines that brought me back in like the 2000s because like I lost interest in the 90s. I can't say like there was like a specific turn point. The last major story arc I was in was the Onslaught one, and
I don't like Onslaught. Yeah,
and I just like just didn't have the backing behind what was going on behind it because they went to as far as I remember, the X-Men books went into the Shi'ar territory at that point, with no major thing going on. And Grant Morrison, all right, so what he did was Cassandra Nova was Charles Xavier's like twin, and then like she like essentially does like this major like plot overdrive, possession, man. And she uses like her own powers where people think like she's possessing someone like to her own favor. I mean, it was one of those like one of the most grandiose but fulfilling story arcs I've ever seen. And the fact that like EVS like capitalized on the art side of it, and Ika Cordy, who filled in like major story arcs in between, because there's this like essentially building teamwork arc between like Wolverine, Angel, and I forget his name. The Chinese dude they put in place of Magneto, but was Magneto. And like you had these really crappy drawings by Igor Cordy filling in the story, and like they were just like ugly and bad. And I was just like, I can't believe this is a major title series. There's like one issue after the next, after the next, after the next, like that. And EVS's one, I mean, you look at it, like he tells about this reverence for Jean Grey, Phoenix. But I mean, you look at like just like the foliage and the leaf work and everything else he does. And I remember looking at that without even knowing like a backstory was even there, and like respecting the work he put into it, like for like the leaves and everything else. And it's like, how does this happen on like a monthly book? And I was blown away to know like so many things get like subsidized or like it's like a once in 4 months book, like they plan for it in the future. And that's one of the things is like an artist that is like a major tell is like seeing that like, oh, they're not all like these gods, demigods who can just like put this shit out on a regular basis without like having reference, without having like a like an input to like facilitate the output kind of thing. But you're led to believe that. Like that's one of the things I so hard wanted to hit on Rot earlier about the flatting. It was just like, dude, you were like a cog in this machine.
Hey, Lucius, stop ignoring the chat, man. It's been like an hour since you've like acknowledged them.
Oh my god, let me see. Razmaz was the last one. Let me see. Let me see. I'm so sorry. I took a piss and then I came back.
Lucius,
that's pretty long ago. You might want to skip ahead.
All right, I'll go ahead from that one. All right. Nobody cares, Rod. I'm not afraid of hitting those tones again. All right. For Rod, because man, he like made Flatters look like shit. You know.
Yeah, he did.
What a meanie.
What do you think about that, man? And his opinions on Flatters?
Well, listen, I was trying to tell him, dude, I did like screen prints, and like in screen prints, every pass is another failure, essentially, because it's not just the fact that you like managed to separate colors, you managed to like imprint it too. As if you pulled it by hand, it's not a printer handling it, it's you pulling it across a piece of paper. And I feel like Flatters, they determine a line of decoration for color or body for something, and that's really what I was trying to get across to him is like,
yeah,
in the end, as a flatter, you still kind of define what the artwork is going to be. I feel like he worked in this old world of like yeah, they do, but like you paid shit. Was on Spawn, and
yeah, I was
that would be one of the worst.
Century level, man. That's
have you ever watched Scotsman do colors and how much like time he spends even touching up the line work sometimes.
Yep.
It's fucking crazy. Like right now, I want this piece to look good, so like I can like I could post this on Twitter. But like there's so many like the person who did this did not ink it; they just fucking penciled it. So I'm going through and having to add to the lines all right now, and it's a giant fucking mess. I'm like, this is not what I'm good at.
Well, and I feel like Spawn and like anything that's dealing with energy-based like comics heroes, like where like they have like a fireball stored up in their hand or something like that, like that's going to be much more hellacious for a colorist over like your standard just like Batman. Yeah, I got my batarang. I'm gonna throw it at Joker or whatever. You know, like
Lucius, I gotta go, man. It's been 4 hours. So.
Oh, you bitch! You bitch!
It's like 4 hours, dude.
Started this
in the chat
shit.
if you want to bring Testify in.
I gotta
Hold
go.
on,
I
hold
gotta
on.
go to work tomorrow, man.
Let me see if there's anything for you in these comments.
Is there anything for you from me? Hey, I'll see you guys later. Anyway, I got some work. I gotta get this page finished. And
No worries.
All right.
Talk to you guys later.
Yeah.
All right, later, man. All right, Mitchell. I'm not gonna lie.
Yep.
I'm at the end of my rope too, man.
No worries, dude.
I'm pushing early days of tomorrow where I'm at.
Yeah, no
I don't
problem.
know about you.
Thanks for having me on.
Is there anything you're looking to specifically for yourself or somebody else you really want out there right now? Because this is the end cap. What do you want that to be? What do you want to be that promotion to be?
What do you mean? Like, what book am I looking for? I'm saying make sure you get on the
project. Even nothing that's launched. Like, what are you looking forward to right now, man?
Right now, I'm looking forward to Vestige 2. I think it's gonna be fucking awesome.
All right.
I was really looking forward to CG Jumpstart, but it got delayed. I'm also looking forward to the Natverse that Sim's doing. I think it's gonna be amazing, and its stretch goals are making me want to buy a bunch of copies so we get them, because this motherfucker has enough stuff in the stretch goals to run a campaign on itself.
All right.
Yep.
I think you did well there. All right. So, I backed Vestige. I want to do a review on it. There's only one thing I wanted to point out as a bad part. And part of their captions, there's like this gray and black text thing. I don't know if you have the book yourself, but
yeah, I have it.
Like, so there's this first caption that looks great, and there's a second caption that looks bad. And it's like a gray caption background with black text over top of it.
Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, and like, and I meant to do a video format of it where like I was really impressed by the one ahead of it, because I was like, oh, this stands out as such strong contrast without like doing too much to it. And then I saw that, and I'm like, I'm actually struggling to read this, like, and like as like a printed format. That's not necessarily a good thing. Like it's not like the text wasn't outlined or anything. It just kind of like fades into it.
Yeah.
And I wish I knew what to say about it, to like tell them like don't do that again, or have a heavier outline. Yeah,
that's what it is, because like they did such a good job of making all the other panels blend in. So like I'm looking at like it's like the third page of the comic is the first time you see that great kind of bubble. And the problem is that they've done such a great job throughout the book of blending them in. Like when they have those yellows and the blacks and over the horizon and the sands and stuff, it blends in so well. It's a little jarring when you put just flat gray on top of the building. I can get what you're going with that. Like it breaks the immersion that they've built so far. And I know it's page 3. Wow. What am I going to be complaining about? But like when you continue going through it, I'm looking to see if it reappears, but like they do a great job elsewhere. But like even there before, I almost wonder if they do a color per character, if it's like what the color truly is meaning. You know, I wonder if there's a deeper meaning that maybe we're not picking up on having that color.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's the first issue, so there's a lot of questions to have for it. Yeah, and maybe you don't get all the answers up front. It's like something they're going to deliver on later on.
But man,
especially with that story, whereas like the relics carry their own story too. You know?
Yeah, but like, dude, you gonna look at that Andrew Horta cover whenever they get around to revealing that? He's really fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Great work.
You know, and that's part of like the pain of this whole thing, man. Is like there's a ton of talent tied up into what's going on, and like I don't want to like have to make the distinction for it. And like I'm a sucker for good art. I'm a sucker for a good package too. Like the Cyberfuck Honey Box, man. Like I was a sucker for that because like that's a high end tier. But at the same time, I'm like, oh man, I really want that box. I really want this thing, that, and the other. And then you look at it like a stretch goal thing. Like, okay, if it makes its marks, I'm sure it will. I get all these other things mixed into it, and at the end of it, I just wish, like I said with earlier, tit for tat plus forgiveness. Throw in that forgiveness, guys, where you can. But I'm ready to sign off. Is there anything are you looking to push anything specific right now, Mitchell?
We just literally had that conversation. We literally just had that conversation.
You're the Link Master. You're the project backer master too, man. Like when you said you backed all these projects, I'm like, oh shit.
Like I just like the community you guys built. Like I've been doing crowdfunding stuff long before I did CG, but you guys were like, this is the first community where there's a community where it's around making like bringing visibility to good projects, and you could talk to the creators and you could understand like the passion behind the project, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like it hit me because like I'm like before I was in CG, I was already like a super backer on Kickstarter. Like I've done a bunch of stuff, so I love the thrill of it. I love the idea of helping someone achieve something that they want to do. So it's a good idea. It's a great thing. It's a good feeling. And when you actually get that book and you actually could say, hey, dude, like this is the book that someone worked really hard on, and I know that they worked really hard, and I know that they're proud of it.
So is there a project you have in mind you really want to like mention by name right now?
How wasted are you, Lucius?
Startup or ending? Like the Zaid Comics one. That's one.
Oh, Lost Pages is awesome. Yeah, Lost Pages is fucking great. It's doing great. I mean, we had an amazing launch weekend. I mean, just think about this, right? While this drama is all unfolding out in the world, we had Lost Pages launch, Slaughter Squad relaunch, which should have been successful the first damn time. We had Message 2. I mean, what more could you want in a weekend? That's a project a day, pretty much, of just outstanding books launching.
There we go, man.
And then on Monday, we got the Orange Koala pin. Oh, dude, is there no end? What's happening tomorrow? Who's launching tomorrow, Lucius?
There we go, man. Like that's what I was looking for. I just mentioned one thing and you just like took it a mile because I knew you had much more in your memory banks than I did, and I love that, man. So thank you for backing me up and proving the fact that like, I mean, I feel like we're just gonna be throwing so many more projects than we can handle, you know, like so many more interesting titles than I can possibly fund by myself.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be in that painstaking position of being like, oh God, which one do I really put my money behind?
Yeah.
One am I really looking to fight out on the receipts with my girl, my possibly my boy with, you know, what do I want to fight over? And Mitchell, you point out some great products, my man, because I really did like Vestige #1. And besides that captioning thing, like I thought it was like almost a flawless example of what I was looking for in a book. And I don't wish any ill will on anybody that has any titles or tags in their name. But I like that book. I like the format. And I mean, Jawbreakers is one of my main follow-ups. Iron Sights, your boy Zach, he fulfills very well. But I mean, there's a lot of excitement, man. And I would just say consider it very wisely what you want to invest into. And, it's a great landscape out there, and get to know your creators, look into them and everything, and there's a great value. And at least if you have any interest in trying to be a creator yourself, following in their first footsteps and learning from them, as much as like rotten shit on flatters, man. I think flatters have a great stride to learn from. I was trying to tell them about uh, screen printing and like separating your colors, your outline art, and your strong colors and everything like that. And I feel like that's a flatter's duty, to be honest.
Well, you just get to learn so much about the piece when you're flatting as
Mm-hmm.
well, because you get more in depth with the artwork and
Mm-hmm.
what looks and what changes kind of affect it, as well as the
Exactly.
tools you use. Like I said, it's like that's why I related to trades, where you need that experience. You need that experience on hand of being at the project level. And if you were going to be thrown just into it, like I can't just take you and say, "Hey, man, you're a plumber now," or "Hey, man, you're a carpenter now," right? You
Right.
you might be able to do a thing or two, but you would be nowhere near a professional level.
Right.
You have to have the guy who's like, all right, and this is you're gonna go to the store and I'm gonna show you how to pick out wood. And then for the
Mm-hmm.
next 3 months, all you're gonna do is just run errands for me and pick out wood and pick up nails, and you're gonna see what we're using for what, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually you can get there and you're building your own walls to a house, and eventually you could build your own house.
There you
But
go.
you have to
Yeah.
have that starting point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree completely. And listen, I'll send you some of my own line work or line artwork that is like high res enough that you can like work with, and do what
Yeah.
you want, man.
I'll take a look
Um,
and I'll work on it. Don't expect anything amazing. Like I said, I'm still learning. Like I'm sitting here, like Mets gave me a book to read,
I'm
and I'm
with
like
you,
sitting
man.
here reading a book
Yeah.
on how to do shading because I'm like,
Hmm.
and I'm just trying to learn from all the guys. Like you have a lot of knowledge. Inkspots has a lot of knowledge.
Hmm.
Scotsman has a lot of knowledge. Mets has a lot of knowledge. Just sitting there trying to, you know, through osmosis, gain
I
as
think
much
there's
as I
that,
can.
and there's also trial and error. Like I think the obvious things will stick out like a sore thumb. Less obvious things will stand out less. Like I mean, it's an iteration, and
Hmm.
at the same time, like it's a place to cut your teeth on. And like if you did true flats, like what Ron's talking about, like yeah, it doesn't sound that glorious. But if you actually take the time, try to choose your colors, and have, like I would say, try to also like give the values and everything where it gives it dimension.
Hmm.
Color it that way too. If you have the time to do it, go for it, man.
Yeah. It just depends on what you're trying to do for it. Like my big thing right now is I'm just trying to even figure out my style of shading,
Yeah.
and it just comes down to like what you want to do.
And you know what you might do is even like fuck around with the flatting areas, man. Like extend it beyond it, like giving it that loosey goosey feel, like it's almost like it's in motion itself in the
Okay.
coloring, like there's so many ways you could spin it. You could try to like stick to it and hold it true to the form, and at the same time like just break out of it and look like it's like a moment captured in time, like it's a motion blur effect or something like that.
Yeah.
There's so many ways you could go about it, and there's no right way or wrong way. Ultimately I feel like you just have to figure out how do you want to present it, what's the story you want to tell as a colorist, and that's more maybe in temperature, tone, and everything else. And at the same time, uh, like, are you going dark, light, whatever, and the mood you're trying to convey. And ultimately, what I would say is just building up like a format that you're comfortable with, a
Yeah.
story, yeah, like a storytelling thing you're comfortable with. Um, the flatting, like I told them, flatting is half the battle. I think it just as a time consumption on what I've done. Like it's easy to like pick a flat level and then like decide what's gonna be dark or light after the fact. After I defined that's the borders of this color, flesh tone. It's all skin and all that, but I decide where like the values lie on that after the fact. but you have to define what value, like that value goes into in the first place. And that's the thing I was trying to convey, and Rotten was well inebriated by that point to talk about it, but even on my own stuff, man, it's not easy, like defining where something starts and stops, like as far as just clothing, skin value. Like, I mean, you don't have to have like the most complicated thing ever, but I can only imagine what it's like when you have Spawn or one of these characters where like there's constantly like energy outflow, like in the hands, the eyes, or something like that, where you have to account for it every single shot. And like I'm just like, oh my god, that would just like complicate everything I have to do. It's so much more work. Past the point of just like defining foreground, background, midground elements is a standard for me, or just color elements in a character. And it doesn't have to be much, but like when you start to get down to the fine line, like defining points of it, like, and you take it serious, yeah, it's a lot of work, man. And that's my whole point about like flatting is half the battle. You're just defining where a character stops and ends, or a background element or foreground element stops and ends. And like, Rotten was just like saying it's mindless, but it's like, man, that's a lot of time, man, for somebody to put into it, for sure.
It is, man, and it's a hard battle. But I mean, if you want to get out of here, we might be at a good stopping point. It's over 4 hours. I mean, Testify is waiting to get in here, and I feel like if you bring him in, you're gonna go for another fucking like 4 hours.
No, it's just me and you right now, man. I've been watching for that extra person. Is there anything, Mitchell, before we end this, that you want to put out there, project wise, for yourself or somebody else?
We've literally had that conversation 3 times. I got like 12
I
links.
know.
Yeah, no, I think that so we touched on Vestige 2. I mean, they delivered great. It was awesome. We touched on the Natverse. I think that Sim is an amazing artist, a great, guy. He's gonna come up with a great product. We talked about the Orange Koala pin, which is awesome. I got a couple of those coming. Lost Pages launched. I don't have a link for Slaughter Squad, but I'll fix that in a second. And because you probably would appreciate it, I put a link to Cash Grab. So your boy can get a little bit of money.
Yeah, definitely. Spots will get something. I'm in. Hopefully, the fan art tier. Testify. Listen, if I felt like you'd hold your own on stream, I'd have you on here. I'm so sorry, I missed you.
I love how literally earlier you said you bring him on.
It seems natural that I missed you in a way. I don't fear you at all. Testify, I would have you on, and I feel like you might falter on your own. And so I would give you this opportunity to grow and prove me wrong in future casts. Because listen, if you had shown up earlier, I would have sent you the link. If nothing else, to just embarrass you and kick you out. To be honest, I love you, Testify. Like I don't have any hardcore feelings against you, anything like that. But
I love you, but I hate you. But I love you.
Kind of.
Yeah.
But
okay.
But I'm East Coast time, man. I feel like everyone else passed me.
It's late. It's like 4 hours. We've been going over 4 hours, man. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
You're good. No one's gonna laugh at you for going over 4 hours. You're fine.
Yeah.
Have a good night, man.
Is that me about that? But good night, all. Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you, Rotten Glory. Thank you, Ink Spots, for giving up your time tonight. Testify. You come in earlier, man, with this shit. I'll have you on, man. No problem. And but you got to bring the energy, Testify, because that's the thing you've been missing. All right, is the energy. All right, and you coming at me with text, but I mean, there's another thing when you're just talking at the speed of thought and everything like that. And I'm closing out now, so it doesn't really count if you just come at me right now. All right, So I'm gonna click on your stuff. Let's see. We have fear. Embarrass me? Yes. Will you embarrass yourself? First of all. I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing at you too. I will. Let's see. I didn't know. Well, that's your own fault. Testify. You should be up on the projects I talked about you earlier, and you weren't there. I was told to tone down. You don't have to tone down for me. I don't feel like you're over the YouTube limits necessarily. I just feel like you're kind of boring. That's what I'm gonna say.
You know, in hindsight, he would have been great to go with our all Avatar stream.
Yeah, well, I mean, no one besides Inkspots showing his face to eat an Arby's sandwich. No one showed their face. I feel like we did well. We talked about subjects. Testify. I don't have any qualms against you, my friend. I would love to just embarrass you live. I feel like that would add to it. And I'm sad I couldn't have you on with the rest of the gang, and we couldn't just do it as a team effort. But I feel like I could do it single-handedly. I'm not gonna lie. Another time. Jesus Christ! Look at this guy. He's so desperate. I keep getting a message after I click on one. All right.
You're gonna have to just cut it off, man.
I know.
Unless you want to go through like a fourth round of promoting comics.
I'm sorry, Testify. I was trying to keep this very concentrated with smart minds, and you weren't considered. I'm sorry. All right. End the broadcast. Thank you so much, Mitchell. Thank you so much, Rotten Inc., for being on. And this is the end of the Lucius Cast live stream thing. Sorry, Testify. We'll have you on another time. Good night. Ba-ba-ba-bam.